Hello, hello.
Hello. I see yours every day. You shouldn't.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah. Everything updates and everything screws up. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. As I was saying, Happy New Year. And whatever holidays you celebrate, we hope that you had a good one. So I'm going to jump into the announcements and then jump right into the game. That's all I pretty much said, so nobody missed anything. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We missed all of you. We're back from our holiday hiatus. So the announcements are going to be very quick and very brief, and then we'll get right into it. First announcement, as always, is you just as a reminder, you can buy inspirations for myself, for the players. So make sure that you use them wisely, because you can only get 2 for the players and 1 for myself. So, and if you use them for the players, make sure that you make sure to let us know if it's for the whole group, and the group will then decide who can use it, or if you can give it to a specific player if you like. If you want me to either help or screw over the players in a given instance, you can give me inspiration. And then we'll see what happens. So that's first announcement. Second announcement, as usual, as I said prior to the holidays, you can get some amazing merchandise. We still have the merch in the store. And while the holidays are over, they are still discounts. If you are a subscriber here on Twitch, if you are logged into your Twitch account and you go and you purchase any of the items, depending on the tier, you will get a discount. So if you are a tier 1 subscriber, you get 5% discount, tier 2, 10%, and tier 3, 15% off any items in the merch store. So just in case you haven't gotten anything, we're going to keep those discounts going. And we'll probably have some discounts for everybody down the road for various merch, especially as we keep adding more merch. So look forward to all of that stuff. And we will update you via our social medias. So if you're not following us on Twitter, on Instagram, in our Facebook group, get on board with that, because you'll probably miss some stuff if you don't, if you're not at least on one of those things and following us. And I guess the last, I don't know if it's the last announcement. I think that's it. So we got the merch. We've got we've been gone for almost 3 weeks. It's gonna get some getting back into the game, getting used to the flow again. But no, I think that's about it. If there's anything else, I'll probably bring it up after break. But yeah. So with that, we can jump right into the game. So. Last time we were together, just as not just a recap, but a reminder to all of us what happened. Not only were you now essentially, I guess, caretakers of an orphanage, the White Willow Orphanage here in the city of Zadash, you decided that you also want to finish up one of the last things for the gentleman that you have been tasked to do. And that is to get rid of a specific thorn in the gentleman's side known as Gozom Glosk. He's one of the crownsguard, an up-and-coming crownsguard. that is as corrupt as apparently they come, and who also had a relationship with the apparently the former matron of this orphanage that you heartily defeated. So in doing so, you're taking care of the children. These children definitely have been looking out for each other and for themselves for some time, so they don't need a lot of babysitting. However, Sora and Squall decided to stay back at the orphanage while the rest of the group did some recon work to try and find out a little more about Gozom Glosk and where he frequents. The last tip that you had gotten that he definitely frequents and drinks heavily at a bar near his home known as the Arrow in the Knee. Upon going to the tavern, doing some recon, and eventually following him home, you decided to take it a little further and actually recon into the house. Using Lucy and Lucy's mouse form. However, not only did you unfortunately lose Lucy, you lost Lucy to chickens. So apparently some kind of chicken alarm that this strange crownsguard has in his home. Very effective because Lucy did make it past the first room when she was pecked to death. And she poofed into her previous state, if you will. So because of all of that, you have, not only do you know where he lives, you know what kind of alarm will go off when you do return, should you return. And the rest of the group made their way back to the orphanage to find Sora and Squall kind of not happy with the children, as one of them, Sora, decided to get very, very involved with two of the children who she believed to be scheming on Squall. One of them being Leia, the little druid girl, who promptly wild-shaped into a small dog and began to tear up Sora's ankle because Sora kept trying to grab at her without consent. And because of this, the rest of the group came back, found Sora not very happy with the children, and then you all briefed each other, talked to each other about your day, what you've learned, and decided to bed down for the evening. And that is kind of where we currently are at. So before we move forward, is there anything that anybody wants to do during the evening's rest, or before you actually go to, get your rest?
DM?
Yes.
I would like to inform... Oh my gosh. What's his name? The kid that that's been the intermediary.
Rex.
I'm so sorry.
Hmm?
I wanted to let Rex know that we broke the door when we exited the tunnels.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
And I wanted to let him know that it's got to be repaired if we don't want people sneaking in through the back.
He kind of looks at you and kind of shakes his head. He's like, man, we've been using that for like the last couple of years without any problem. Why'd you break it?
I didn't mean to. You didn't tell us it was locked. Wasn't it supposed to be unlocked by the time we got up there?
No. Like, you're supposed to unlock it and then lock it back up, so nobody uses it. That's why there's an out of order sign on it. But some people are too drunk to actually realize that there's an out of order sign. So we put the chain on it so they don't, accidentally shit down their ladder.
Yeah, I think there might be a mess on the ladder. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know what to do. I'm not good at fixing things.
Nasty. You guys better fix that. I'm not sending any of these kids over to do that. That's nasty.
Okay, well, we can probably clean it up in the morning, but we have some
I mean,
I'll-
nobody
I'll-
gave us the key to the lock, so
Well, here's the thing: we're a lot bigger than you guys, and so our giant arms didn't fit. In order to pick that lock, we had to break the door down.
That sounds like a
So-
lot of excuses.
Yeah, I know. So we put the door back. The latch is and the handle is broken. That's all. It's not the whole door.
I mean, we can get somebody to fix it, but like, I don't want to climb up there and just be like, and then there's shit all over the ladder. Like,
I'm hoping that the sign repelled the people, or that people remembered that one's particular is out of order.
Yeah.
So, sorry about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll check it out if nobody's, shit down the hole, or anything else, because they don't just shit. They puke and stuff. It's people get drunk here as a dash. So
I'm aware of bodily functions. Yes, honey.
okay. Well, if it's not messy, I can go get somebody I can pay somebody to fix that. That's not a problem. But if it's messy, you're cleaning it up.
Understood. Just let me know.
All right.
And then what happened with Sora and the halfling child and the little druid? She told me that she was having an argument with them and it got out of hand. Are they okay?
Oh, they're fine. I think Sora's pissed, but my kids are fine.
All right, as long as they're okay.
They just don't like. I mean, you gotta remember like who our matron was, and you guys can't be like all handsy and grabby with some of these kids because they're gonna take it out on you. And
I understand. I don't know why that happened, but I guess it's smart. I don't know. I don't know. Just tell them to steer clear of Sora, and I'll ask her to do the same.
Well, I mean, I can't control them. I don't. That's not my job. I don't do that. We just look out for each other. But I'll talk to them.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about all that.
Yeah. It's better than the way things have been. So
It's still no excuse.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'll I'll ask Sora to leave the little ones alone. I won't leave her in charge, her or Squall in charge of you guys anymore.
Oh, they were in charge?
Well, they're the grown-ups in case other grown-ups show up.
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a difference between being in charge and then being decoys. Like, they were, trust me when I say they weren't in charge.
I understand, buddy. You have a good night's sleep now.
All right. Good night.
These Moppets are just so adorable.
I gotta go check. Yeah, I'll go check. I'll go check the hole. All right. You have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
All right. Leah, you wanted to do something, and then Sora, I think you wanted to do something.
I want to resummon Lucy.
Okay. So mark off another 10 gold worth of incense. And over the course of the next hour, it's this weird ritual that, once you start to focus on bringing Lucy back, you kind of go into this state and you don't really remember or actually understand some of the things that you're doing in the moment until at the very last incense that you burn, the smoke begins to coalesce into a very familiar small closet form. And as Lucy takes shape and appears, once again, there is a smell of wildflowers and a few petals of these wildflowers around Lucy's feet.
Okay.
All right. Sarah.
Yes.
Did you want to do something before you went to bed?
No, I'm gonna go to bed so the fucking next day can begin because I'm still pissed about this stupid dog.
Okie dokie. Just so we're not consistently getting that beep, could you put the streamer enable streamer mode on Discord, so you won't get all the weird beeps every time you push to talk. Thank you. Alrighty. So you all get a long rest. So you can mark off your long rest. And the next day is there. Now, again, we can fast forward to whatever time that you'd like, or, depending on what you want to do. But you do have your long rest. It is not impeded throughout the evening, thankfully. And as you wake up in the morning, the day is yours. What would you like to do?
Do you guys want to meet up with Kara and let her know what we're planning on doing today?
I was just thinking, like, what are we gonna do with the chicken alarm? That's...
Well, so I can make our surroundings silent, but I would like to wait for him to actually be in the house first.
Asleep? Wait, you can make things silent?
Preferably. Yeah.
Magic's weird.
You're telling me. I keep finding out new things every day.
Yeah, me too. Did you guys know that little girl can turn into a chihuahua?
Oh, like how you
No.
can turn into a horse?
I would like to check up on Maya at the tower, because she hasn't been separated from me this long in a while. She might be mad at me.
Should we just leave? I mean, they seem pretty good. Well, I guess that corrupt guard's still out there, and he might rear his ugly head over here.
We're going to deal with him today.
Okay.
Or this evening, hopefully.
Okay. Because I would like to get rid of him. Because I think once he's gone, the kids should be fine by themselves for a while. And then we can just go to back to base, I guess.
At least until the tax collector comes back. In a month.
I'm sure they'll have a plan by then. Rex seems very smart. He seems like figure out something, or
He can handle himself, but he's got the little ones to deal with too.
yeah.
So that's why I'm worried, because I don't want them going to Rex and Trum. They make it sound like it's the 10th level of hell.
That is where Phoebe's father is being held captive.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, Leah?
Could I tell the group what my contact said about the orphanage in general?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is everybody together?
Hey, Squall! Come here. Leah has got something to say.
Are we all in the kitchen? Because I'll make breakfast for the kids from the kitchen.
Yeah, at this point, you're probably in the kitchen.
What is it, Galen?
Leah's got something to tell us about the orphanage. She probably got some more intel.
Alrighty.
So I met up with an old friend in the marketplace, and it seems that this orphanage area has been a contested territory in the area between the gentleman and some of the other factions. I would think that the gentleman has some kind of plan for this orphanage now that it's available, and he plans on using it to expand his territory.
Well, hopefully it's in his favor that, what happened here?
I'm sure it is, because we got rid of his adversary.
Right.
He's got nothing standing in his way now.
Alright, well, I don't intend to get tied up in his business, and nor do I suggest that we extend our business with him beyond this last transaction.
Agreed.
I would like to discuss our plan with Kara then, because she may know what his plans are. Because I'm still worried about these kids. I know they're all very good at their profession. The larger ones, but the little ones, they're still little. They should still have a choice, you know?
The thing is, we don't really know where Kara is.
Yeah. So
She seems to find us when she needs to. Do you think, Leah, you and I can walk around the marketplace today and maybe find her? I mean, you seem to have a way with these types of people.
I'm sure that we are being watched at all times, and that if we make our presence known that we're looking for somebody, somebody will show up to meet with us.
Okay, I want to run the plan past her first and see what she thinks about it, and see if she feels like it's a good one or a bad one. I know I'm sounding very trusting right now, but I don't know what else to do. I definitely don't want this orphanage falling into the hands of the crownsguard.
Who spoke with Kara last, Jarina?
Phoebe.
Phoebe, yeah, and Phoebe's been the main contact with her.
It was me
it-
and Phoebe.
Sora, do you think you could make your intention known that you want to see Kara? Did
I
she
wouldn't
give you?
even know how to go about it except to go back to the last place that where we saw her.
It's as good a place as any to start.
I would just like to point out, and in the words of Leo, it's sounding like we're not figuring out how to wipe our own asses.
yes.
No, I agree.
So why don't we just deal with
Everything we do seems to go to hell, and I definitely don't want that to happen here.
It also kind of goes to hell because we waste time going, not observing everything, and just not working together. So let's try to at least... I mean, when we go tonight to this guy's house, we don't want to be dressed in the same gear, because then we're going to be identifiable. My suggestion is to get some clothing that is going to at least cover some of our faces. I mean, obviously Squall can't really cover up, so maybe he can just stay somewhere else, unless he just wants to stab things.
I'm trying to remember what color my cloak is. I think it's a dark brown.
I thought you were in red. I could be wrong. I could just be thinking of the cartoon of us.
It doesn't matter the color of our clothes right now because we still have very distinct gear on.
I can just hide it.
And I can just shapeshift. I can shapeshift or go invisible or both.
Well, my thoughts were that maybe, Rowan, you could turn into a chicken and go incognito with the other chickens. And
I've never been a chicken before.
I mean, there's a first for everything.
Yes. Hold on.
Squall, are you okay?
Totally fine.
You didn't see the chicken alarms. Okay. This guy has chickens in his house while he sleeps, and if there's any movement, they start clucking him awake.
Right. So an undercover chicken is the solution here. I'm keeping up. I'm keeping up. No opinions.
Well, the good part about that idea is that Rowan can actually tell us when he falls asleep. So then Jarina can cast Area of Silence, and then we can do whatever it is we need to do.
I'm sorry. It seems like the only
Which is kill him and set it on fire.
the only barnyard creatures I can become are cow, draft horse, goat, Cat.
I think he'll notice a cow or a goat in his room.
And a weasel. Weasels are known for eating chickens, so they would probably just go right for me.
I like the idea of just silencing the whole place as soon as like some time passes, and
As soon as he's confirmed asleep.
yeah,
But we are going to have to follow him once again from his drinking hole to his house. Or we would have to follow him from work to his house, wherever he goes.
And to be clear, I just want to make sure I'm following. And then we're going to set his house on fire with him in it.
no,
No, that was a
No.
joke.
That
was a
we're not
joke.
doing that. Okay, so I think what we're doing is we are giving him a lethal dose of the drugs and leaving the drugs near him.
Yes.
DM, just so you know, I have a small portion of those drugs set to the side for Pumatsal.
Okay. And as a clarification for you, Rowan, just so you're aware, since you are a druid, I do not want to limit you to things that you can turn into. You just need to ask me in advance, like just like in this particular instance, am I able to turn into a chicken? And I will absolutely say yes. If that is something that you want to do, you can do that, and I will send you what stats that you would use as a chicken.
Okay.
Because considering that you can turn into a mouse and a cat and all of these other things, you can absolutely turn into a chicken.
Stealth chicken.
You just gotta make sure you look like the other chickens. That way he doesn't notice a different chicken.
Well, does anybody know what the chickens actually look like?
Leah, you were looking through Lucy's eyes.
They look like chickens.
Are they black, white, yellow? Do they have little spots on?
Lucy didn't have dark vision as a mouse, and it was very, very dark. So
And they ripped her apart.
yeah. So you saw feathers, you heard the clucking, and then the final pecking. But details are a little sketchy.
Gotcha.
So if they ripped Lucy apart and they know I don't belong, they would probably, tack me, Chicken Rowan, en masse. I don't know if Chicken Rowan would stand a chance.
but Chicken Rowan is Rowan, so wouldn't you just turn into Rowan?
Yeah, and that would just sort of remove all premise that I'm a chicken. I would be an elf.
Right, okay.
I think stealth chicken's a bad idea. I can, however, become invisible for an hour.
Wait. Now you can turn invisible?
Yeah, I didn't know I could myself, but I started practicing and now I realize I can do it, but it's only for an hour.
We could do so much with silence, like some weird magic cone of silence, and we have invisibility. Why haven't we killed this guy sooner? What is going? Are we stupid?
Yeah.
Jarina,
Just because you never asked.
can't you do a circle of invisibility?
No?
We also have to expect that this guy has magical protections from his girlfriend.
That was Squall. Squall has something similar. Am I correct?
What?
Squall, you got a magical girlfriend? What?
No.
No.
I missed you people.
Squall has no idea what you're talking about.
Don't you
'Cause
have some sort of invisibility spell that you can use?
Nope. I
Nope.
have this, and I show my ring, and it's a ring of darkness, and I've used it before.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But it's still
Um,
very distasteful and it draws attention.
Right. It's just a big orb of darkness, kind of obvious.
Would it be obvious at 4 a.m. on a darkened street though?
If there is guards patrolling the area, they maybe. If no one's looking for it, no. But I shall remind you that this entire orb of darkness, no one can see out of.
Not
It's-
even
it's-
us.
Yeah, so it's this dense darkness. It's pretty horrifying, actually. I don't recommend it.
Can
That's
you
fine.
see through it?
I wasn't sure what exactly it was, but that's fine. The invisibility. I mean, if the chickens can't smell you, I guess they can't.
Well, see, my theory is so if we have an invisible and we have sound dampening, we could easily stroll by, and this
Kill him
doesn't
in his
sound like
sleep.
that's it. Yeah, confirm when he's asleep and just walk in there. You could kick down the door for all you care. I don't, just get it done. I'm gonna hang out outside. Like I'll
Yeah,
keep
and
watch.
we shouldn't stay in a big group together because big group are very, very noticeable.
Well, the one thing that you do recall on your recon mission was that this area didn't have a lot of crownsguard patrolling. It was one of the things that you definitely noticed while you were in that area.
It was kind of a lawless type of an area.
Unless that whole area is nothing but crownsguard. Like all the crownsguard lives there.
I don't think that's the case.
No,
Yeah.
Something, and again, this is something that you all recall, is that the crownsguard actually, they have their own barracks, and they stay, which is on the other side of Zadash, and he's one of the few crownsguard that actually has his own residence and lives off of the barracks.
Okay.
That was something that you did discover a while back ago. This is you all recall.
Yes, we definitely recall. Because it's only been a day
Yeah.
and not 4 months.
Precisely.
Okay.
DM,
Yes.
I would like to know if I would know what a lethal dose of this drug is.
I'm trying to recall. One of you made a medicine check.
Yeah, it was. I think it was. No, I thought it was me for a second,
Yeah.
but we did try and.
Yeah,
figure
when
it
you
out.
when you found the drugs, I recall somebody made a medicine check, and you knew what it was. Sora did cast Identify on it, but then someone did cast
It
medicine.
was Rowan.
And you were not sure with the roll from that medicine check of what would be considered lethal or not, because it was a low roll.
I think it was Rowan because Phoebe was already gone by then.
Yeah, it was either Sora or Rowan.
It definitely was not me because I'm not proficient in it. I try and keep away from those rolls.
If you'd like, I'll let you try again, but it'll be at disadvantage because it was a low roll previously. But that'll be it. You can't just keep rolling to see if it'll work.
I don't remember it at all. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, no, I mean, I'll say this: it'll be, you could roll another medicine check at disadvantage, But if somebody who is proficient in medicine is helping you, that will negate the disadvantage, or you can use an inspiration.
I'm supposed to be proficient in it.
Well, yeah, but you had previously rolled and got a low roll. This is the DM being nice.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so if somebody else who is proficient in medicine helps you, or you use a group inspiration, or an inspiration, it'll negate the disadvantage and it'll be a straight roll.
Okay.
So I leave it up to you.
I don't want to use a group inspo if you guys don't want me to. We could probably use it later on.
How many do we have? One?
Just one right now.
Anybody else proficient in medicine? I don't care if she uses the inspiration if she wants to use it. Anyone else?
We have 2 now, so go ahead and use it if it's too low.
Yeah, because we need to make sure this guy's dead. So we have to know what a lethal dose is. It's just, can I just have somebody, I'll roll at a disadvantage and I'll have somebody help me?
We can just put it in his system and then just,
Let's see what happens.
Well, I had a very tiny amount in my system, I assume, when I was craving those bear claws.
You just keep giving it to him till he's dead.
After all, if it's gonna be silent in there, no one's gonna hear it. If that's how it works.
All right.
Man, this is dark. Are we the baddies?
Shut up.
You're all in a very morally gray area, I would say. I wouldn't say you're good. You're not exactly bad. You're people. You're people.
Who's got the best sleight of hand?
Leo.
That would be me.
How are we going to give it to him? While he's sleeping? We'll just pour it down his throat?
We have
We
to
can buy him
incapacitate
beer.
him. That
Yeah,
connects
I
us
thought
to
we-
him.
I thought we talked about this, that we could put it in his beer or something like.
Okay, here's an idea.
That's what I thought we were doing, but everyone was talking about going to his house, so
yeah,
here we are with the chicken.
Hold on. I have an infinite amount of whiskey in here. Why don't we just put it in a container, put the drugs in there, stir it up, then when he's asleep, we just shove that bad boy in his throat, and then see what happens?
Yeah, sure.
While he was sleeping, we just have him restrained. And again, if we're doing the whole spell silence thing, no one's gonna hear us do it.
I'm almost leaning towards the idea of just covering his entire house in darkness and setting it ablaze.
We gotta kill him first. I think we should ambush him.
I'm sure we could silence and black. It's gonna be really hard for someone in their slumber to escape darkness and silence with a house on fire.
I like the ambush idea. So we could do the cone of silence around him, so if he cries for help, no one hears him. And then ambush him, shove it down his throat, and leave him.
Leah, with your passive perception, remind me again what it is. It's pretty high, right? Your passive perception. You know what? Everybody, give me your passive perception.
My passive perception is 18.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Jarina, what's yours?
12.
12. Rowan?
Roll perception?
No, just your passive perception.
Okay.
Where is that?
It should be where all of your stats are in the lower left-hand corner.
17.
17. Sora, what about you?
It's bad. 10.
Okay. Squall
10.
and Galen.
16.
16. Okay. Rowan, Leah, and Galen. As you're all having this conversation, the three of you just like kind of generally are just kind of like looking around. You're all sitting in the kitchen, kind of eating. There are kids in the kitchen who are in the mess area who are eating as well. And as the three of you just kind of like, just generally just kind of look around, all of these kids are listening to you. They're eating, but they're like just intently like listening and watching you. And if you didn't have that such high passive perception, you really wouldn't notice. It would just look like these kids are just kind of looking at you and then eating, just not paying attention. These kids are actively paying attention and listening to everything that you're saying. And they don't seem very like put off by what you're saying. They just seem enthralled by what's going on. Like they're just like active, like this is almost like TV for them right now. Like they're just like listening to everything that you're saying. Leah, you look in the upper corner of one of the corners of the kitchen, where there's like very, very high shelving, where there's like hooks and ropes where, pots and pans are hung. And laying down on one of these shelves, almost invisible, is Rex. And he's just kind of like, he's just leaning, like you can just see his eyes and his nose kind of over the shelf. And he's listening to everything that you're saying.
I'm going to make direct eye contact with him and ask him if he has any insights.
He kind of chuckles. And as he chuckles, the rest of you now, like looking at Leah, like, who the hell is she talking to? Why is she talking to the ceiling? And then as he chuckles, you realize exactly who she's talking to. And he kind of peers his head over and he goes, yeah, I got some insights. You guys are really sucky at this.
Assassination is not my strong point.
You don't even
It's my strong point.
Look, I don't need to know who you're killing or whatever. I don't care. Like the guy's got to go, obviously, but you guys overthinking this way too much. Like, just like, where he lives, right? You're saying he gets sauced like really good. So what if he's got some fucking chickens? Like kill the chickens, especially if you can make things quiet. You kill the chickens, no more chicken problem. And then you do whatever you're gonna do to them, and it's quiet. Like, what's the problem? I wish we had like. And he points to Leia, the little druid girl who's sitting there like with her bowl. He's like, I wish you could do quiet stuff. Like we can't take her out anywhere. She's too loud. And she kind of looks up and she's got a mouthful. He goes, yep. And she's like just agreeing with him and just keeps eating. Like, just like, what's the problem? What, like there's like 6 of you. And you're big. Like, and he points to Squall. That guy's got like really pointy fucking swords. Like, what's the problem? Just like if he didn't have the chickens, you make it quiet, you run in, you stick a sword in his stomach. No more problem, right?
The whole point, it's got to look like an accident. Otherwise, investigations.
Oh my God, he fell on his sword.
No one's going to investigate this guy. I mean, he seems to be hated by all.
You said you got drugs, right? Use the drugs. Just, you kill him. You make it look like, he was all very, very upset because his girlfriend left or something. And he decided to off himself. And then when they come to check it out, like he was taking all of the drugs. Look, it's all over his bed. Right?
Thanks, Rex.
Look, I'm just throwing out some simple ideas here, but like, there's 6 of you. What the hell's what's the problem?
We're missing a member.
There's too many of us.
Maybe you guys need to kind of like maybe break up. I don't know. How long have you guys been together?
We're stronger together.
Are you sure? Are we?
Too long.
Look, take it
Too
from me.
long.
And at this point, he jumps down off of the shelf, and you watch, like, this kid is very dexterous and very quiet. Like, he just drops and he doesn't make a sound. And he goes, "Look, I've been doing this enough to know that you gotta be super quiet no matter what you're trying to do. Okay? And if one of you's got magic that can make things always quiet, you could freaking have a party while you're killing this guy and no one's gonna know. And that's the best. And there's 6 of you. Even if you are like missing one person, that person's not, that person doesn't get to join in on the party. Right? Just take it from me. Like, you can plan stuff, but it's not always going to work out, and you got to get ready to improvise. But just if you need to really think about something really hard, think about the one thing you're good at, and make sure that you're going to do that thing.
Thanks,
I'll be
Rex.
right back.
You're welcome.
Shall we fast forward to staking out this guy's house? Are you guys ready?
Well, I wanna grab Maya first.
Okay.
You know what? I'll go with you, just because it's not. I don't think it's safe to go alone.
Yeah,
I'll be
I miss Spot. I want to go see Spot.
Let's all go. We'll say hi to Leo.
Yeah. Let's just go. These kids have everything covered. Once he's gone, they're perfect. You guys will be fine, right? I look to Rex. Once the asshole's dead, you guys are just gonna be fine.
Look, we're shopping around for somebody to take the role of matron. We got a few candidates. But yeah, this guy is up in the air. We don't know if he's going to show up. He can show up at any time or not. When you guys take care of it, like, we'll be in the clear. So we're kind of waiting on you.
Yeah. So let's just go, and yeah.
And here I was worried.
So,
All right. So I guess we're
Good luck.
So I guess we're gonna fast forward, or what are we doing?
yeah. What's the plan? Are you gonna? You can absolutely fast forward to the evening.
I guess we should
and
go
then-
see Leo first and say hello to
The what?
the pets, the dire wolf, the little dragon.
Okay.
All right. So you're making your way back to Leo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, as you're all of you are going. Is anybody
Yeah.
staying at the orphanage?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I think
No.
I think we're done with the orphanage. We're done with the saga. We don't want to risk burning it down like you want. us
Yes.
to.
That's my biggest worry. You keep saying it, and I'm like, is that a loose ember? What is that?
All right, so I have an idea, and it's pretty simple. We kill the chickens, cast a area of silence. Leah goes in as stealthily as possible because she's the best at it, and just kills this guy.
I think we need to
Yeah.
do cone of silence before chicken alarm.
Yeah,
I
that's what I meant.
I just think he should go home first and sleep, and then we can worry about that. Just cone of silence, and then we can do whatever the fuck we want.
Well, yeah, but simple, concise, cone of silence on the chickens. Leah goes in, and she kills the guy. We'll wait outside.
Okay.
Not in the
I'll
same
go-
spot.
I'll go in and be back up. Although, That's
So
not to
we're
say.
not sending the person who can go invisible in, just in case.
I am the person who can go invisible.
Okay. Okay.
Can you make
Good.
other people invisible?
Nope, just me.
Okay.
Okay, so Rowan invisible backup. Leah goes in for the kill. We kill the chickens first, and then silence. Okay, let's go to the tower. I
No,
want to see Maya.
silence first.
Doesn't
Kill the
matter. I
chickens.
just want to see my dragon.
Okay, let's go. Roar!
Bye, kids. Be good or not. Whatever it is that you do.
Rex,
I love you, little Leah.
Rowan doesn't see Sora flip the kids the bird a little bit behind her back.
yeah, most of the kids are just kind of like waving. Some of them are still eating and not paying you any mind. Rex is like, good luck. Leia's like, okay, fuck you. And you guys leave the White Willow Orphanage and begin making your way to the Tri-Spires. And as you do, even though it is the very next day, you still hear, you see another, what you learned as a page, just kind of like walking the street, the herald, once again, calling out in the street, midnight crick attack on Pride's call. Highly trained crownsguard and righteous brand defeat them heartily. The crown will defeat all enemies and keep you safe. And then walks a little further down and then just continues kind of announcing it over and over again. But you eventually make your way to the Tri-Spires. The crownsguard there are getting used to your motley group coming in and out, knowing that you are part of essentially Leopold's entourage at this point. You make your way over to the golem that is just kind of standing there as the transport into the tower. You all touch the golem, and you are instantly transported back into Leopold's magical tower. As you kind of come to, as the light begins to fade from your eyes from the teleportation, you look around and you find yourself in the room, the teleportation room, and there are papers and books everywhere, strewn about. There's definitely seems to be like a large mess that wasn't there prior to the last time you were in the tower a few days ago. But you are in the tower, and there is no one there other than the golem, the transportation golem. What would you like to do?
I have a question out of game.
Yes.
Which one of us has the drugs?
I believe Sora does.
Okay.
Leo?
I hand Leah the drugs.
Who do you hand the drugs?
Leah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Galen, as you call out for Leo, the transportation golem, which is an exact facsimile of Norman, basically Leo's personal bodyguard / assistant golem, that walks around with him everywhere, but it is not actually Norman. It just looks like him. But as you say Leo, immediately you hear and the hand of the golem shoots forward with a fist towards you, turns over and opens, and there is a piece of paper and a piece of parchment in its hand.
I take it and read it.
All right, you take it and read it. It says, "Leave me the fuck alone. Very busy."
Got it. I put the paper back in the golem's hand.
Puts it back and is now perfectly still once again.
All right, Leopold's not here.
That's fine. We just wanted to see the pets anyway, right?
Yeah, but I just like to make sure he's here. That's all.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't like being in other people's houses when they're gone too.
this is essentially our home away from home at this point. So I'm just gonna go to my room and see Spot.
Okay.
Same.
All right. Sora, you make your way to the rest of you make your way to your rooms. And you can do whatever it is that you like within your rooms. Let me know if there's anything that you want to do specifically. But Sora, you go into your room and the little bed, well, not so little bed, for Spot is there. And she seems very happy, very content. As she sees you, and she just kind of comes up. She starts licking you. Definitely has missed you. But she seems well taken care of. Very happy, but definitely very needy at this moment.
Okay. Well, I can't understand animal speak, so I'm gonna ask. I believe it was. Shoot, who can talk to animals? I think it was Leah.
No, not me. I have some animal handling.
All right. I'm just gonna sit and I look around I take a brush out of my pack. I start brushing Cerberus, just giving her lots of attention and pets and love and snuggling and, hey, don't worry, sweetheart. We'll be back soon.
And she kind of puts her head on your lap and she's just like very happy with the brushing and just you talking with her. Jarina, you make your way to your room. And the little perch and bed area that was there for Maya you can see her curled up, and as she is curled up in there, you can also see that she is laying on a bed of coins. You don't know where these coins came from, but you can see some copper, some silver, and some gold pieces in there. And she's just kind of like laying on top of it. And as you come in, she just kind of lazily lifts her head up. Just good. Her long forked tongue kind of comes out and then just kind of goes in and she yawns. And she kind of looks at you and she goes, and she just kind of rolls and curls back up on the bed and she just goes right back to sleep.
In my mind, I picture that last piece of small fish that I have for her. And try to use that connection that we have to project. I have a fish for you.
Make a animal handling check with advantage.
I got a nat 20 plus 2, which is 22.
As you do this, almost immediately the head shoots up and she just kind of unfurls her wings and flies right over to your arm and begins kind of poking in her head into the pouch that you visualize to her. Very much wanting to have a piece of that fish.
I apologize to her. I give her some pets and I ask her, do you want to go on an adventure?
She sends you a bunch of images in your mind, gives you the impression that she would prefer to stay on her bed of coins, but if you want her to go, that she will go with you.
All right. What I do is I go into my pouch and I take out 5 gold pieces and I add them to her little nest.
Okay.
And then I put her back on her nest and say, okay, I'll be back.
All right. She seems very, very happy with that, especially watching you put the gold pieces down. You watch as she kind of with her beak, she just kind of, not her beak, but with her mouth, she just kind of grabs some of the coins and she starts arranging the coins in a very specific way. So it's a little flatter. It's not poking out too much. And then she just kind of lays down and you just hear a very contented sigh.
Okay.
Does Cerberus seem hungry?
No, she actually has a bowl, a wooden bowl, and there's currently what looks like a very fresh piece of steak in the bowl.
Alrighty. I decide I'm going to take out some of the cold roast beef from yesterday's lunch, or dinner rather. Slap it between two pieces of bread and just sit with her while I eat.
As you eat, she watches you start to eat your food, and then she goes over to her bowl and she goes and she starts eating so she can actually eat with you. And you both just kind of sit there, and she seems very, very happy. Always constant as she's eating, like taking her paws and just holding the food there, and she's ripping the meat up. She just kind of looks at you occasionally and then just goes back. Seemingly,
All
again,
right.
very happy that you're there.
As we finish eating, I take out her ball and I'm like, hey, Spot, want the ball?
Make an animal handling check.
I guess she doesn't want the fucking ball. I got a 4.
Yeah, she seems to be more into the steak that she's eating rather than wanting to play at this moment. But her ears do perk up, though, when you say it. But she definitely wants to eat more than that, more than play.
All right, well, at this point, I start bouncing the ball.
And she watches you, continues to eat. Unimpressed. Anybody else doing anything while they're in their rooms?
Can I talk to Varus?
Sure. So you go into your room, close the door. As you turn around, Varus is laying down on the bed, just kind of like looking up at the ceiling. It's like, oh, what are we doing here? I thought we were going to kill some crooked guard or something.
That's later. We're just here to regroup and supply, I guess.
Oh, fine. So, what's the plan again? We're going to burn his drugs down. I was very convoluted. I wasn't listening really because like everybody was throwing out an idea. This is very weird.
From what I gather, we're going to use the area of silence to silence the chickens. I'm going to sneak in stealthily with my backup of Rowan, who I hope doesn't kill me, as some type of animal, but not a chicken. And then we're supposed to have the big chicken massacre. But that's okay, because I'm sure when he walks into his house and sees chicken guts everywhere, it's not going to freak him out.
This has all the makings of a mastermind plan. Like I'm 100% on board for this. I can't wait to see how this plays out.
Well, I get to assassinate somebody, and I haven't done that in a while. So I'll play along with the craziness, including the chickens.
Yeah, chickens are ingenious, by the way. Those things won't shut up. That's a really good idea for alarms. Maybe we should think about getting chickens.
Yeah. Just need a bunch of portable chickens. I'll check that out the next time I'm at the market.
Right. You do know I'm being facetious. Like this plan is going to go to shit like in the first 2 seconds. Right?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
All right. As long as you and I like we're like on board with this. We know.
We still get to kill and loot first, though. Objectives, right?
Well, yeah, of course. But I mean, this obviously this guard didn't get to the position he's in, by being stupid. Now, granted, it looks like he's absolutely needs to blow off steam if he's getting drunk almost every evening. But I mean, he's got chickens. He's rising in the crownsguard at a very quick rate. He's got an extortion racket, it looks like, going on. He was working with this crazy woman at the orphanage. I mean, he doesn't sound like a stupid individual. So just be careful. I mean, the chicken thing is weird. I'm not going to lie, but it's also kind of ingenious.
Unless the chickens are something else that are going to attack and kill us all as soon as something goes sideways. But we'll have backup, and we'll try to kill him as quickly as possible without him even knowing it.
Now you have me worried. Like, what weird chickens? Like,
That other thing turned into some kind of, what was she? A lich?
A blood witch.
A blood witch.
There's a
Who the
blood-
hell knows what this guy is?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, just maybe send the crazy one in first. Like, again, remember the plan. Meat shields.
Well, that's what the chickens are for. Delicious chicken shield.
Chicken. I haven't had chicken in it's been a while. Anyway, yes, just be careful, because Jesus Christ, I'm surprised you're still alive. At this point, this is just so strange.
Side note: have you seen anything strange going on in the orphanage other than that little girl that can see you? Can you communicate with her?
Oh, I haven't tried. I've been kind of out of sight. After she kind of waved at me. That was odd.
Yes.
No, all those children, like, I mean, they're physically, I guess, their age, they are children, but some of them, they've been through the ringer. I don't know specifically what that witch did to them, but some of them, like that Rex kid, he's probably going to give the gentleman a run for his money if he keeps going the way he's going. He seems pretty smart for someone his age, but he's probably had to in order to survive.
He could become an asset for the gentleman, and that might be good for him.
Maybe. I don't know. This place, look, again, like, I think we're staying in Zadash way too long.
I wish we were gone already. There's nothing here. Nothing good anyway.
But the thing is, the longer we stick around, the more we get noticed. That's the key. That's how you and I have stayed off the radar for as long as we have. We don't stay in one place for too long, And now there's like a group.
Exactly.
There's like a group around us. Some of them more flamboyant than others, and it's just iffy. Again, again, I'll continue to back your play, but this is just this group is so odd. They really are odd.
We'll manage it. Everybody has skills. We'll be able to use it to our advantage so that we all benefit. But we definitely have to survive this chicken attack tonight.
Chicken attack. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. All right, well, I'm just here if you need me, as always. Just let me know if I could shed any more of my wonderful insight with you.
Thank you.
Anytime. All right, anyone else? All right, so the plan is what? You guys are just gonna stay in your rooms, chilling out until the evening? Is this what's going on?
I guess we might get something to eat if there's food. Sometimes it magically appears.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's food in the area that is sometimes used as the dining area. But the one thing you are all noticing is that the tower seems to be in disarray. There are lots of parchment, lots of books all around. They seem kind of strewn about. There's like no sign of anything like out of the ordinary, other than there definitely seems to be like a mess pretty much everywhere you go. But there is food. It looks like it's been there for a while. It's not bad. It's not like it's gone wrong. Maybe a few hours it's been out, but there is food for you to eat. It's not like instantaneously fresh, but it's there.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
GM, you keep describing how messy this is, can I guess, do an investigation to see if this is maybe not like his place hasn't been ransacked or some shit?
I will say, yeah. Make an investigation or perception check.
I'll do perception.
Okay.
16.
16. You kind of take a general glance at some of the parchment. Some of it is just like, it looks like blank pieces of parchment. Other books that you kind of see are like kind of strewn about and kind of open. And as you look, some of them are in languages you don't understand. Some of them have like glowing actual like glyphs in them. But in general, it just kind of looks like somebody was looking through this stuff and just didn't care that they just left it there. Not that it's been ransacked or, you know, somebody was in there kind of like looking to steal stuff. It doesn't look that way. It looks like somebody opened up a book, like flipped through it, read something, and then just kind of dropped it there and moved on to something else. It's pretty much what it looks like.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay. So you all get some food in you, get some rest, start to think about like what the evening's activities are going to look like. And unless anybody wants to do anything else, evening comes. Yes, Trina.
I want to look around my room and see if I can find any type of like cloak to cover my armor with.
Yeah, you should all have some kind of cloak, like with your general clothing. And it would be like a muted color of some sort. It could be like gray or brown or black. And I would say that goes in with your starter clothing.
The traveler clothing.
Yeah.
Got it.
So if you want something more elaborate, you're definitely going to have to go probably into the Pentamarket to, you know, purchase something or pick something up. But outside of that, you probably have like a very general type of cloak.
Yeah, muted is better. Cast of darkness.
All right. So evening rolls around. It is at this point in time definitely after dusk, so it is dark now. What would you all like to do?
Go ahead, Ron.
So what we're doing is we're going to case out his house until he gets home, or Leah, you want to hide in the house and wait for him?
I want to be in the house before he gets home.
And then have some of us outside and then some of us who are invisible or stealthy inside?
I'm still a liability. There is absolutely nothing I can do in this situation. And my features are very distinct. So even if I did hide myself, I mean, you know, there really isn't a point, any reason for me to be there.
If he knows magic, then we're going to need a magic user.
Yeah, don't you have magic to hide yourself?
No, I don't. I have that one scroll.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And then that's a very hard to get spell that I'm only using to do what? Stand outside? Because Leah is the only one going in with Rowan.
You do recall, the group does recall, that the area did have not just what looked like homes, but also abandoned businesses and buildings in the area as well. So just as a reminder, I know it's been like 3 weeks. So
closest one to his house, I'll stay in, just in case something goes left.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we should split up. At least not too much. We should be at least, across the street from each other.
Keeping watch
I don't.
makes
So,
sense.
so you want us to kill the chickens? I think we should just go in there and wait for them because they're going to stop making noise after a while.
Well, Jarina suggested we take the dead chickens back to the kids.
Food.
We can kill them afterwards.
True.
Yeah, why don't we just do it afterwards, and then when everything's said or done, we
What?
either
I
leave them
don't care.
I
Yeah,
think we should just leave them there because it would just be stupid to take them out. People would know somebody else was there.
It'll look like those kids killed him and stole his chickens like they're savage. We gotta get away from the orphans.
Yeah, I just don't want any part with the orphanage anymore. Let's just keep it. Just use that silence spell once we can confirm he's asleep, and then just stab him, drug him, do whatever we want with him.
I kind of agree with Galen. I think we should wait till he goes home. We should watch from an abandoned building or an alley, and then
Or
wait for him to go to
inside.
sleep. And then do the silence spell and sneak in. Leah,
That's it.
do you disagree with that? Or you wanted to be there?
I wanted to be in the house before he gets home.
Okay.
If you guys have another plan, I will of course go along with it, but
Nope, this is the plan, and this is what we're sticking with, and...
Okay, let's just do that without the chicken massacre.
Okay. So I guess we're heading out,
Okay.
right?
Yep, let's go.
All right. So you all begin to make your way to Gozom Glosk's residence, which is on the west side of the West Outer Steads, and begin to make your way there. I'm assuming that you're all kind of trying to pull your cloaks about you so you're not attracting too much attention and things like that.
We're not traveling in a whole group. We're gonna be spaced out.
Okay, but you're still are you cloaking it up like, or are you just kind of like, hey, I'm just gonna walk over here on this other side of the other side of the street? Like, what are you doing?
Both. We're gonna like put our cloaks over our heads, but also
Okay.
not look like we're a group.
Okay, I'm gonna need all of you to make stealth checks for me, and this is more to seem inconspicuous rather than actually not trying to actually be stealthy. All right, so Jarina. Oh, are you taking Maya with you, or are you leaving her?
I am leaving her.
Okay.
She seems happier that way.
Okay,
And
Alright.
you said just straight, right?
a stealth check. Yeah.
I would like to use a group inspiration, please.
Go.
I agree with
ahead.
that.
As would I.
Uh-oh.
Heard. Both of them are used.
Okay.
Oh god, that was worse!
No, that was actually better, but not by
Oh,
much.
yeah, not by much, but it was better.
What'd you get?
I got a 9.
Ooh, key dokie.
I got a 7 before.
And I got a 9 before, and I got a 10 this time.
All right,
I'm gonna
Rowan.
change my digital dice.
Rowan,
they're
what'd you
hacked.
18.
18. Squall?
8.
Leah?
14 plus 11, 25.
Jesus. Galen?
15. Surprisingly low.
Okay. So thankfully, the loud goings on of Jarina, Sar, and Squall as they're kind of click-clanking down the street, occasionally hitting pebbles and rocks that are echoing, basically they're taking the brunt of people just watching this, what they figure are probably a group of drunken individuals, and take all of the heat off of Leah as no one notices Leah walking down the street, moving from shadow to shadow, but everybody kind of staring at the three of you, Jarina, Sora, Squall, as if, like, what's wrong with you making so much noise as you're walking down the street? You know, just kind of like specifically looking at the three of you, like, yeah, how uncouth. Yes.
I take out my bottle of Radler and I start drinking it.
Yeah. Which again, people are just kind of giving you like the stink eye and just like, oh, that's so uncouth. This drinking in the streets, just kind of. But they have specifically clocked the three of you. Leah, Galen, and Rowan, not so much. Folks aren't really looking at you, not paying much attention. All of the attention seems to be on your other three companions. As you begin to make your way to the West Outer Steads.
That's actually fine. We're a distraction.
Okay. Eventually you make it to the area, the neighborhood where Gozom Glosk lives. You do notice that directly across the street there are three buildings. One looks like a closed up business. Another looks like a home. There are some boards on the windows. And next to that building, there is also what seems to be another business. That one also has boards across the windows and doors. Each of these buildings are anywhere between maybe 30 to 40 feet away from Gozom Glosk's actual home. But as you approach, again, the streets are not filled with people. You have, since you've reached the actual outer steads here, you've not seen much in the way of crownsguard. You do see the occasional drunken individual just kind of walking through the streets. A couple of them, just kind of like carousing and talking with each other loudly. And you definitely hear puking in some of the side alleys as well as you're making your way there. But you are there. Galen?
As a veteran drunk person,
Mhm.
do I notice any of like the quiet drunks like just going through the street, like clocking us in some weird way, like watching us?
Make a perception check.
Okay, hold on. And I don't have disadvantage, right?
No, it's the evening, yeah.
Okay. Man, everyone's rolls aren't that great. 8.
8. No, I mean you see the occasional individual kind of slumped against one of the buildings, bottle in hand, kind of mumbling to themselves, not really paying much attention to you or your group. The ones that are in the actual alleyways that you can hear puking or talking with each other, they seem to be more concerned with their physical problems than the goings on of this group of people, not walking together, but just kind of like, in this area. Nobody's really looking at you that you can see.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So you are like right across the street from this individual's house. What would you all like to do?
So
I'm going to take Leah's lead. So if she goes in the house, I'll follow her. If she stays out and cases it out, I'll stay out.
But at this moment, you're all just kind of like, you're approaching the home. There is the occasional person just kind of like walking through the street or around.
I want to be stealthy. I want to be like in the alleys, not looking like I'm approaching the home.
Are you shapeshifted yet, or?
No. Do you want me to be?
It would help.
Okay, I'm a cat.
Okay, you wild shape into a cat. You have, I think it's 3 hours in that shape, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's half my level.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so you have 3 hours in that shape. So keep track of that. But the rest. I mean, you've approached this building in such a way that, at least you hope, that you're not being noticed, and people are not paying attention to you. Sticking to shadows, sticking to side streets and alleys and things of that nature. But the house is right there. So what would you like to do? Eventually, you have to stop walking. So what's the plan?
I want to look stealthily for a place that, I could easily get into, but Jarina's going to do the area of silence so the chicken alarm doesn't go off, right? Because we don't want to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Okay.
Yes. Is there an abandoned building like right next door to Glasgow's house?
The house, one of the three buildings. So one of them is is the furthest away, but gives the best view of the front door. And that is the building that looks like basically a business with the windows and doors boarded up. The building that is closest is the business that looks like it's closed. And then there is the building in the middle where it's not the closest and it doesn't really give a good view of the front door. But it does give a view of the street leading up to the actual house. And that's the one that it looks like the home that has the boards on the windows and doors.
I think that one would be our best bet, Jarina, so we can see the whole street.
It depends on how many feet away it is, because I do have a range for this. I want to assess all of the abandoned buildings and see if I'm easily within 120 feet of the house.
Yeah, with all three of those places, you're definitely within 120 feet.
Okay. Then the area where we could see the street, that last house that you said, that last abandoned building,
the one in the middle
one that I want to post up in.
Okay. So you're going to make your way over. You can see that the front door, like there's there's basically like a fenced area in the front before you actually get to the front door. The wooden posts of this fence are kind of rotted and in disrepair. Doesn't look like anybody's tried to. The actual gate itself is unhinged and kind of like hanging, so it's easy to kind of walk into this kind of front area. And the actual door itself, there are planks of wood across it. Right next to the door is a window that also has boards on it as well. And on the sides of the building, you can see that on the left and right side of the building, there are two sets of windows also with boards. You can see the glass slightly behind some of the boards, very dirty, very dusty, very difficult to look through if you try to. So what would you like to do?
When I go inside, I kind of want to try wiping the windows a little bit where there's like a little bit of see-through. Because I obviously don't want to make myself obvious that I'm, looking through the window, but I do want to be able to see.
All right, so you want to get into this building?
Yes.
Everything is boarded up with nails.
Everything. With nails.
So what would you like to do?
I have. Okay, I do. Did you say there was a back door? I'm sorry.
You haven't checked the back area. You can only see kind of the front and sides of the building. You have not checked the back.
Can I go with Jarina?
Sure.
Just so that we're kind of like in groups of two, I guess.
Okay.
Groups of three.
Okay. Then I want to go to the back and see if there's a back door out of sight.
Okay. There is no back door, but there are two more windows that are also boarded up.
I'm also with Jarina and Galen.
Okie doke.
Okay.
So you can see there are two more windows that are boarded up. One of the windows doesn't seem to be as boarded up as the others. It looked like somebody just kind of got tired of putting boards up over these windows and just kind of stopped the back window. There's like one board just kind of like across one of the windows.
Then I want to try to remove that board, but try not to make as much noise.
Okay. Make me. This is going to be make me an athletics check. And if you make
Get advantage on those.
Okay. If you make that, you should be able to do it without much of an issue.
17.
17. Yeah, you go to kind of pull this board off and realize that the wood that was used was basically very rotted. And so as you yank, the parts that are actually nailed into the side of the windows stay, but the rest of the wood just pulls right off. Like it's just so rotten. It pulls right off, doesn't make a cracking sound or anything. But now there is a window that you can push open and climb in if you like.
That is exactly what I want to do.
Okay. So you climb in. As you climb in, there is this kind of odd odor as you climb into what looks like, from what you can tell, it looks like it was a bedroom. You can see like a very old bed. There are some like it looks like sheets. There's like a layer of dust on everything. But the bed itself looks like collapsed inward and broken, and doesn't look like anybody's been here for some time. But there is just like this really like strange kind of odor coming from as you kind of go inside. Sarah and Galen, are you climbing into the window also?
What is Squall doing? Because like we have Leah and Rowan going into one place, and it's gonna be me, Jarina, and Sora in one place.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of leaves Squall kind of by himself, and I kind of don't want one of our members to be by themselves. So, Squall, are you gonna join us, or do you want to go into a different building?
I'm actually gonna stay about 2 houses away, just off the path, to keep eyes on everything. I have an easy means of getting myself out of any situation, so I'll fall back to you guys if anything, or keep myself unseen for that matter. But I want to make sure that we do have some eyes, just keeping a lookout.
So you're gonna go down towards where you can actually see the doorway of the house?
Yeah, I want to just keep the main path and the house in line of sight.
Okay. So that'll be like what looks like to be an abandoned warehouse, like an abandoned business. Are you gonna go in, or are you gonna be outside?
I'm gonna stand like right against the building. Like I don't want to be inside. I want to be outside.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can see as you're kind of standing there, you can see what look like old rotted crates, some barrels as well. It looks like at one point there was items in there, but there's just so much of the wood has rotted and fallen in on itself that if there is anything in there, you would actually have to clear it away. But the doorway itself also just has like, again, it looks like whoever the person that boards things up, they do pretty much a half-ass job in this neighborhood. And there's just like one board of wood across the doorway. There is no window next to the door. It's pretty big door. But it just like, there's nothing here. Plank of wood. But it is like across the front of the door itself. But you absolutely have a very good view. However, by standing where you're at, you do realize that someone is walking down the street. They will have a very clear visual of you. Or if anybody's walking up the street, they won't see you unless they actually turn around and look behind them. And at the minute they look behind them, they will see you kind of standing there.
Okay. I'd like to stand remotely on guard, like again, just looking around up and down the street.
Okay.
So if someone does have a chance of walking by, I should theoretically see them first.
Okay. Make me a perception check as well.
It's just a 9.
Okay. Good to know. All right. So Jarina, Sarah, and Galen, you are inside of this building. Jarina, again, Jarina, Galen, and Sora, as you're in this, there's just like a nasty odor in this house. And yeah, you can see like a kitchen area as you walk, through this. And again, it's not a large home. It's fairly small. But you can see a table where it looks like a small little kitchen area. There is definitely rotted food, just kind of like sitting on this table. Who the hell knows how long it's been there? Again, layer of dust over everything. But you can make your way over to the window by the front of the door, wipe away some of the dirt, and you can actually see past the planks of wood that are in front. And kind of get a general idea of someone who's going to be able to like walk up the street. You can't see the front door, but you can see somebody walking up towards the building itself, like from where you're at. But only one person at a time would actually be able to see. All three of you couldn't actually see through it at the same time.
Well, who besides myself has dark vision?
I do.
Everyone but Squall.
Yeah, but me, Galen, and Jarina are in one house. So, do you want to take turns looking out the window?
Yeah, we could do watches.
There's lamps outside, right?
Yeah, there are like ever burning torches that go on in the evenings. But unlike the Tri-Spires or the Pentamarket, they're not a lot on these streets. But there is one that is specifically lighting up the street that kind of like leads towards the building. So you can absolutely see somebody walking down the street. You won't get a very detailed picture of who it is. You'll definitely be able to see figures. You'll definitely need to be closer to get more detail or a pretty damn good roll. But that's basically like the setup, what it looks like.
I think Squall will tell us if the guy comes by, that it'll probably be him or not, or we'll probably just see. But
I mean,
okay.
Squall is 2 houses down, so
He
I
can
don't-
just walk on up towards us. He knows where we're essentially stationed.
no. Either way, all right. So yeah, we'll take watches. Jarina, considering you're the one casting area of silence, maybe you should go first.
I disagree. I should probably go last.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So 4 of you have set up. Leah and Rowan, what are you doing while all of this is happening?
Rowan's a cat, and she's noticing lots of open windows. And she's noticing that she could probably jump onto a windowsill and look in.
Well, what windows are open? Because I didn't let you know which ones are open and which ones aren't.
Well, you mentioned in the last game that a lot of his windows in the house
The shutters
were broken.
Yeah, the shutters were open. The windows were closed, but some of them were broken.
Yeah, there were
doesn't mean that they have holes in them. But they are like cracked, and it doesn't look like the windows are going to be fixed anytime soon. Let's put it that way.
Well, I misinterpreted that. It sounded to me like they were just broken, like and wide open.
No. They're not wide. They're definitely not wide open, but they're broken with like cracks in the glass. The shutters themselves are kind of like off the hinges and broken slightly. But there are no like open windows to his house.
Okay. So, Rowan the cat is just gonna peek in and see what she can see.
Okay.
She's not gonna be in the front. She wants to be somewhere that can't really be seen from the street. Maybe a back window, maybe the bedroom window.
Okay. If you're facing the house, you have like this front area before you actually reach the actual front door. And again, broken crates, broken barrels. There's like old hay that's kind of like strewn everywhere. There are 2 windows to the right of the doorway, and then the house kind of turns to the side of the house. So you're not entirely sure what's on the right-hand side or back of the house, but you can see 2 windows in the front, and the side has 1 window. It's like a picture window, but again, closed, cracked. The glass is cracked. You're not entirely sure where the bedroom is because Lucy didn't make it very far into the building, so you'd have to take your best guess. So which window would you like to try and go to?
One that's towards the back of the building.
Okay. So you start making your way around. I need you to make a stealth check for me, please. As your cat. But what'd you get?
I have no idea. The graphic just disappeared.
Hold on. Let me take a look at the log. Oh, you got a nat 1. Look at that.
Wow.
Do you want to use a group inspo?
You got like 4 of them.
Use it.
I would love that because even though I'm just a cat, I don't want to be a cat that everyone's looking at.
Do it.
You're like every other cat. You seek attention.
Okay, so 13.
13. Okay. Okay. As you are kind of making your way around, you can see that there are 2 windows in the back. And as you kind of jump up, and there's not necessarily a sill. Like these windows don't have like window sills. They're just kind of like cut out of the home itself. There is like a small ledge, so you're able to kind of like jump up on the small ledge and start peering through. It is again, these windows are cracked, like spider web cracks throughout them. There's dirt in front of them. Think My Cousin Vinny, the guy that he interviewed, is like, is that dirt? And what is in front of the dirt? Is that there's a lot of shit on this window. So I'm gonna need you to make a perception check at disadvantage. Not only because of all of the dirt on the window and it's cracked, but also because it is dark inside. And unfortunately, with D&D, for whatever strange reason, cats don't have dark vision.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, trust me, that is something that people have been arguing since 5th edition came out. Cats don't have dark vision, which is crazy.
Seems like an undersight.
Yeah.
But they do in real life, which is funny.
Yeah. What'd you get, Rowan?
What?
Nat 20 plus 7, 27. I have to get the door. I'll be right back.
Okay. That is the most annoying doorbell I've ever heard.
Like chickens.
But effective.
And chihuahuas.
Well, definitely.
Chihuahua alarm.
Yeah, definitely effective. Definitely effective. Not going to deny how effective that is.
When the dogs swarm the door.
Yeah. All right. So I have to ask her if she actually rolled disadvantage for that nat 20, because I don't think she did. But we'll wait till she gets
No.
back.
It doesn't look like she did on this.
Yeah. But we'll wait to give that. So Leah, while Rowan is circling around back, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna look for the best access to sneak into the cottage or wherever he lives, the hovel.
I mean, for someone of your expertise, you have the front door. There are windows all around. It's really up to you, like which avenue of approach you'd like to take.
I'm gonna go through one of the windows, the one that's most obscured.
That might be the back, or if you're facing the house, the right hand side of the other side of the house, which faces an alley.
Is the alley overlooked by a lot of windows, or is it kind of like a vacant alley?
You have not been down that alley, so you don't know.
Okay. And the other side of the house faces the street?
Yeah, the door, like the front of the house where the door and the two windows are, they kind of face the street a little bit, like it's almost like at an angle. The house itself, it's like almost the house is like at a catty corner where the door is not directly on the street, but it just kind of faces the street diagonally. And so then you have the side of the house, which the side of the house itself, the left side, is on the street. And then you have the back of the house, which is another street, and then the right side of the house is facing an alley.
I'm gonna try the alley side, but I'm gonna scope it out first to see what, if there's anybody watching, if there's people hiding there.
Okay. First thing I'm gonna need you to do is to make a stealth check for me. Rowan, I'm going to need you to roll again because that perception check was at a disadvantage.
9.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, you can see that there's movement. Occasionally. You kind of hear and then there is some, you can see just like, out of the old corner of your eye, you can see like movement, but you can't define exactly where it's coming from. There is some kind of movement going on in there, but it doesn't seem to be being made by anything large, like a person.
Chicken movement.
But outside, you can't really see details. You can't make anything out there. Leah, what'd you get for your stealth check?
I rolled an 18 plus 11, 29.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so you make it to the side of the building. There are 2 more windows on the sides. Again, all these windows are cracked, dirty. The shutters on one of the is like almost completely off. It seems like there was actually some kind of attempt to fix one of the shutters. It was a very poor attempt. They are kind of closed on one of the windows, but there is like a huge gap between them that allows you to see the window behind it. And the window, again, all these windows are broken, cracked, dirty. So you can make your way over to one of these windows. Which of the windows would you like to do? There's the left and the right.
Are there any differences between them other than their location?
Yeah,
does one look?
The left one is the one where it looks like the shutters, like somebody tried to close and fix these shutters.
And the other one's just broken?
Yeah, the other one's just broken. It looks like the other windows that you've seen on the front side of the house.
I'm gonna carefully use the broken one.
Okay. Make a Make a perception check, also at disadvantage. I mean, I know you have dark vision, but these windows are dirty and broken.
So perception at disadvantage is 7 plus 8, 15.
15. Okay. As you're kind of looking through, you try to rub the dirt off some of the glass. Also trying not to cut your fingers because of the jagged broken pieces that are just kind of like on the edge. Like there's no pieces broken off, but they're just kind of like slightly protruding. It's really, really odd. But as you clear some of the dirt away to get a look in, you realize there's more dirt on the other side. Which is making it really difficult to kind of like look through. But as you're kind of staring through, you can count 1, 2. There's a number of chickens in there. You can't really, as it gets further back into the room, you can't actually make out to see if there's more chickens. But you can make out at least 4 chickens that are just kind of like moving around and just like kind of pecking at the ground. And there's like, it looks like there's just like straw and hay on the floor on the inside. But you wait for like a good 5-10 minutes and you don't make out any other movement or sounds or any indication that anything other than chickens are in this room that you're looking at.
Okay. I'm gonna try to enter the room. Is Rowan nearby so she can see me and I could give her a signal?
Rowan's on the back side of the house, so she does not see you in this moment. You do know where she is. Like you saw her go towards the back of the house. But you're on the side, so you know that she's probably still towards the back of the house, but you don't see her in this moment.
If you go, pss, 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 I'll come.
I was just gonna say I'll make a little cat sound and see if she responds.
Okay, I need you to make another stealth check. This time at disadvantage for the pss, pss, pss. Remember, these are guard chickens.
Chickens attack you now.
It was stealth, not perception, right?
Stealth, yeah, stealth at disadvantage.
Okay, so I rolled a 5 with the plus 11 is 16. That chicken dice sucks. Look at him.
All right. You got a 16? Okay.
Yeah, 16 total.
So as you go, pss, pss, Rowan, you absolutely hear Leah. And you jump down and you begin making your way to where she is. Leah immediately hear, and you see a number of the chickens actually begin to kind of like start making their way towards the window that you're at, looking up at the window. They got an 18 in their perception. Mind you, they have -1 to their perception, but they still unfortunately got an 18. So they have not seen you yet specifically, but of the chickens that you can see, they are making their way towards that window, looking up at it. And again, the window itself is not. It's maybe like 2 or 3 feet off of the actual ground. So it's not like the chickens are looking up 6 feet up at you. They're like 3 feet lower than you are, and they're just now starting to walk towards the window, clearly hearing something coming from this window, and now alerted.
I'm gonna continue to climb through the window.
Okay. I need you make an investigation check for me.
13 plus 3 is 16.
Okay. The window itself is not trapped, nor is it locked. However, You can easily push this window open, but you realize in doing so that the glass, the broken, jagged glass that is still set within its frame, you are going to be disturbing that glass, and you have to take extra care to actually push this window open without it literally shattering. And you realize that this might have been by design. So I'm gonna need you the same roll that you would make for thieves' tools. I'm gonna need you to make to open this window without it breaking it, and not cutting yourself or actually shattering this window. So that's gonna be a D20 roll, and then add your dexterity mod and your proficiency bonus.
So my dexterity mod is +5, my proficiency bonus is +3, and I rolled an 18.
Okay. So you begin to kind of push this window open. And as you do, you are literally kind of holding this window together. And you can see that it does have hinges. So as you push, the hinges are on top. So the window actually opens upward. And as you're pushing the window upward, you realize that there are these two wooden dowels on the sides that are used to hold the actual window up. And so as you use one hand to push it up and keep those shards from coming out, you start to put the dowels up. And you begin to climb in. And as you climb in, the chickens, who very clearly saw you, clearly heard you, now are watching you actively crawl in this window, and they're starting to go crazy. As you walk in, and they're starting to kind of like waddle towards you as you are entering the window. Rowan, what are you doing?
I'm watching Leah stir the chickens into a frenzy from the safety of the ground outside the house.
Okay, just wondering, Galen.
Do we start hearing the chickens?
Nope. You are all inside of the building, at least 60 feet away. Actually, no, 40 for you guys in the building that you're in. You're about 45 feet away, and they are on the other side of the house. So I will let, if you want, because you are trying to be perceptive, I will allow perception checks, but they're going to be at disadvantage with a very high DC.
What about the people a person at the window, like watching? Was Sora watching?
Well, Sora's currently away. Still,
I can only see the street, and I can't hear.
Yeah, you
what's
are behind,
going on in the house.
Yeah, it's difficult to hear. Like, seeing is different at this moment. Like, but you're not. They're on the other side of the house, so you have no idea what they're doing. And
I'll go with that. I'll just, if I can't hear them at all, like because of those parameters, I'm not going to hear them. I'll go with that.
Okay. All right. So Leah, you enter the you enter the room, and now that you're inside and the window you are clear of the filthy window and now have a very clear view. There's absolutely more than 4 chickens in this room, as you can now count 8 chickens making their way towards you. Very, very agitated, clucking away. Rowan, you hear this very clearly. Leah, are you going to leave the window open? Are you closing the window as you're moving in?
I'm going to signal to Rowan to come in through the window, because that's what she's supposed to do, right?
Yeah, I'll follow.
Okay. All right. Without question.
Now, is there a place for the cat to jump that's not chicken infested?
Jump on my back.
Well, where Leah has come into the room, like the chickens are not surrounding her as of yet. They're like walking towards her in this moment, swarming, if you will. But they're not at her yet. So there is a spot next to her where you could kind of jump down next to her. That's not a problem. All right.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said you can absolutely jump down next to her. There's a spot where you could jump down next to her. That won't be an issue.
But I can't jump on her back.
You could if you want to.
There's no furniture or anything for me to jump on?
Where you're at currently, no.
So I'm just on the windowsill? All right, so
Yeah.
I'll just jump on her back and just settle down on her shoulder if I find a good spot.
Okay. So you jump off the windowsill onto her shoulder. The window is currently still open. Leah and Rowan, one of the first things that literally assaults you is the burning smell in this house. Like there's just this strange burning odor that just permeates everything in this house. And it is strong. It starts to burn the inside of your nose the more you're breathing. And as you're just like taking all of this in, these chickens are coming at you now. And they seem very, very agitated. And they're going to attack you. And that is where we're going to take our break. So when we come back, Leah and Rowan, you're going to be rolling initiative. Actually, everybody will be rolling initiative, but we'll see where that goes, because Leah and Rowan are initially part of the goings on in this house. As these guard chickens are going to do their chicken duty, and attack.
Songs will be sung of this day of the great chicken massacre.
But that's where we're going to take our break. We'll be back in a few minutes as we take care of a number of things. And when we get back, we will see what happens with the chickens. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, folks, we are back. Welcome back. So, when we left off, we had Squall watching the house. We had Jarina, Galen, and Sora taking turns watching the house, and Leah and Rowan climbing in to a group of very, very upset chickens. I need everybody to roll initiative for me, please.
Everybody?
Everybody. Everybody. Finally get to run this encounter. Alrighty. Oh, that's very cool. If you roll initiative, while I have this open, it actually records your initiative. I don't even have to ask it.
Nice.
But not everybody did that, so I only have Rowan's right now. So
I did, but for some reason it didn't save.
well, no,
Oh.
you did it after I ran the encounter.
Oh.
So yeah.
Got it.
So I'll ask. It's not a problem.
Sure.
It's not a problem. Alrighty. So yeah, Sora's got just got put in there. Awesome. All right. So the only ones that I have to ask. All right. So Jarina, what is your initiative?
17.
Excellent. 17. Galen?
19.
19. Leah?
16 plus 5, 21.
21. Squall?
5.
5. On brand. All right. Do that. Okay. Alrighty. So, let's get some appropriate music going. Some chicken fighting music. All right. So, the top of the round. Actually, let me pull up. Let's pull up the map real quick so y'all can see what's happening.
Yes, show us this pot of chickens.
Oh.
That we
Homicidal
may do
chickens.
glorious battle with them.
All right. So, let me put your tokens down so you can see where you currently are. All right. So this is where's Leah? All right. So Leah is here, and then Rowan is the kitty cat. So where are my druid animals? There they are. Where are you? Why aren't you coming up? Ah, there we go. So we're going to put the kitty cat right next to... So... Oh, no. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Okay. Alrighty. So you are actually sharing the space because you're on her shoulder. And you now have... 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chickens.
Babe, are you
let's-
gonna put the map on stream?
If you give me 2 seconds, I am. I was just setting it up
I'm
first.
just asking.
I'm glad you said it. I thought I was losing my mind.
You can yell at me.
Oh, hold on. Shit. I don't want to see everything. Damn it. There we go. Alrighty. So, this is where Leah, you, and Rowan came in through the window. There seems to be a table over about 10, 15 feet away from you, with some bales of hay as seats. There also seems to be some kind of like large crate over here that's broken, but these are the swarm of chickens that are currently coming at you. And at this moment, let's see. So Leah, you have a cat on your shoulder. So technically speaking, you have half movement, because you are taking another creature with you while you're moving. So whatever your speed is while you're moving with her on your shoulder, it's halved. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So you are up first.
As my bonus action, can I take the crumbly drug donuts that I have in my bag and throw them across the room to distract the chickens?
You can certainly try. So that'll be your action.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm just putting names on the chickens, so you can tell me which one you actually are attacking, if at all. All right. So you're throwing the crumbly drug pastries at the chickens with the intent of them going after it?
Not at the chickens, past the chickens.
Past the chickens. Okay. Make an athletics check for me. This is going to determine how far you can throw it past them.
Rolled a nat 20 plus. My athletics is +5, so nat 20 +5.
Okay. So yeah, you are able to toss it pretty far. What's a good pastry color? We're just gonna go orange. You throw it and it lands right about here. And as it goes over their heads, they don't seem too terribly interested. Seem very focused on you. You have movement and a bonus action if you'd like to take.
Okay, let me see what I can do for a bonus action.
Oh, well, you can stealth, you can dash, you can hide, but currently hiding might be difficult as you have the attention of 8 angry chickens.
I'm gonna hide on top of the table so that I'm bigger than the chickens. I want to be taller than the chicken.
Okay, yeah, so the table's about 5 feet up, so you can make it up there if you want to. And so right about here.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and that is 5, 10, 50. Yeah, that's your full movement right there. You could move a little further back if you use your bonus action to dash.
Okay, just a little bit further back into the middle of the table.
Okay. All right, so like right there. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that is your full turn. Next up is Rowan. Actually, hold on. No. Next up is Galen. I'm sorry. With Jarina on deck. Galen, what would you... Galen, you are currently kind of like kicking back in the house. The window's now open, so I'm going to say make a perception check at disadvantage because it's still on the other side of the house. but you might have a chance of actually hearing all of this freaking clucking that's going on right now.
19.
19? You can hear clucking. It sounds pretty agitated, but it's kind of like you're hearing like the back end of it. It's like
Jarina, you want to do the silence thing? Because I think, because I'm hearing the chickens, and that's pretty loud. So I'm gonna like, I can't see the house, can I?
no, you're not looking at the house right now. Sora is looking through the window.
So, the window we came through, that's like up against another house, right?
That's
like in an alley.
It's the back of the house, which is on the opposite side. And it's kind of an alley, yeah.
Okay. So, I guess suggest that it might be a good idea to cast that silence spell on the house now until things seem to settle, and then I'll go into the back alley and just have a look, see if I can see.
The only issue is I can't see the back of the house. So I might have to go out there and in order to see where I have to put it. So
Okay. I'll go first, and then you'll come with me. Okay.
Hold on. I'm checking the street to make sure nobody's coming before they go out.
It's none of your turns yet. This is Galen's turn right now.
Yeah, so it seems like
okay.
I'm going outside first, and then if Jarina's next, she'll go outside with me. If you're next, you might convince her otherwise.
I am next.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going outside, and I'm just peeking my head out where I can see the house, I guess. Look to see if...
What's your full movement? Is 40 feet?
45 now.
45. Okay, so yeah, you have crazy monk speed. It would be to go because you're at the front of the house and you're gonna make your way to the back to go climb through the back window that you came in. So it's gonna take all of your movement to make it outside and start turning the corner of the house, which you're not actually gonna get view of the house yet. You could use your action to continue dashing or a key point. It's up to you to continue moving. But just your full movement alone will not get you in view of the house just yet.
Okay, so I would just turn. So I am like on the corner or something. Like
you're like on the side of the house, about to turn the corner, and you're like halfway to turn the corner. Another 20 feet to turn the corner to actually see the front of the house.
You know what? Sure. I'll use my normal action. I don't want to use my key points just yet.
Okay. All right. So use your normal action to dash. You start to round the corner. You can see the front of the house. You can just barely still hear the clucking. And it sounds like it's coming from the other side of the house.
But it's still loud and
not like it's echoing through the streets. It sounds like somebody's got chickens. Like it's like that's what it sounds like. It sounds like somebody's got chickens in their house and they're clucking their way, but that's about it. It's not like, you hear it because you heard it. If you weren't looking for it, it'd be like, where the hell is that coming from? Like chickens? Like it's that kind of sound, but it's not echoing through the streets, loudly.
Okay. I guess that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. It's really up to Jarina if she wants to cast the spell or if it's safe enough. If she thinks it's safe enough to cast the spell or not. So it's all up to her.
Okay. All right, so that's Galen's turn. Jarina, it's now your turn. Rowan, you're after Jarina.
I am going to pull my hood up from my cloak, and I'm gonna go towards the house, as far to the back as I can, to get line of sight.
Okay.
My
So
full movement is 30 feet.
okay, yeah. So your full movement is going to get you out of the window to the back of the house, not around it. You would have to use You'd have to use a dash action if you wanted to continue moving towards the house.
Okay. Then I am going to do that as well.
Okay, so you use your dash action. You round the corner, and you're just about where Galen has ended. And you can see the front of the house, and you can just barely make out the clucking, because Galen has pointed it out.
Do you think it's a good idea to use it or not?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm coming out here.
Okay.
What's the radius of that again?
So the range is 120 feet, but the radius is 20 feet.
Okay. So you have no idea at this moment where the chickens specifically are. So you could cast a spell from where you're at, but you have no idea where in the house they are. Just giving you a little context.
Yep, I'm gonna have to wait till next turn.
Okay. All right. Next up is Rowan.
So are we...
Are we what?
I'm sorry, I was looking at the map on Twitch, and whenever I hit my button, it unmutes it. So are we at the front of the house, me and
No.
Leah?
No, you're on the side of the house.
We're on the side?
Yes. So just again, to give you some context, this is the front door. These were where the two windows were. This is the side of the house that is on the street. You came in on this side. Leah came in on this side of the house, on the window over here. So this is the side of the house that's kind of facing an alley right here. So front of the house is over here. Make sense?
Yes, now that I can see where you were pointing.
Okay.
Okay, so can I see anything?
Yeah, you see a bunch of angry chickens. It's dark in here. There's no light. But now that the window has been cracked open from the window that you actually climbed into, there is some light kind of pouring in from outside. And yeah, you can just see a bunch of angry chickens just clucking, making their way towards you. Even though you are all, like, you're both on this table now, they are definitely making their way towards both of you.
I'm gonna stay on her shoulder because I'm pretty much supposed to be her backup.
Okay.
So if she needs me to do anything, she can tell me to do something. But I don't see how these are dangerous and need to be taken care of in a battle situation.
Sure. Okay.
At least not yet. I mean, they could be shape-shifting chickens that turn into fire-breathing chickens. I don't know.
Okay. So that's it. You're gonna just stay on her shoulder. Or you're not gonna...
I'm gonna hold an action. My action will be to leap from her shoulder if something comes flying at her face.
You can only hold an action. So your action would be to dash.
Okay.
Because you can't actually use your movement during a held action. So,
Okay.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm just going to make a mental note that we have to close that window so that, because he's probably going to notice that it's open.
Okay. Alrighty. So next up are the chickens. Okay, so the first, see. This is going to be interesting. Just checking something really quick. Okay. So the first thing that happens is you watch as all of these chickens go and they start flying. They kind of fly up in the air and start moving towards both of you. They have a fly speed of 30. So they fly. The first one is going to go right here. This one's going to come over here. This triggers your reaction. So where would you like to move before they actually get to move their spots?
Is there another piece of furniture I can jump on?
These are bales of hay.
Yeah. Is there another bale of hay for me to jump on?
There's 3. There's one over here, and then one here, and one here. So which one do you want to jump down onto?
Those are the chairs though for the straw table or whatever this is?
Yeah, it's a table.
So,
yeah.
So those would be lower. Is there anything higher, like a bookcase?
Nope. Just they're like a foot or 2 lower than you are.
Okay, well I'll dash across the room then.
What's your full speed as a cat?
I think it's 40, but let me check.
Yeah, just double check. It will make a difference. Okay. So to the opposite side of the room from where you came in, is that the way you want to go? Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. You make your way over to where Leah kind of threw the moldy pastry that she's had in her bag, the drug-addled pastry that she's had. And you also do it in such a way as these chickens don't get an attack of opportunity on you. But as that happens, this one flies over here. This one flies here. This one flies here. This one flies here. 15, 20. This one flies here. This one flies here. They are literally swarming. You watch as these chickens are flying and swarming towards Leah. 2 of them look at what's going on and they're going to fly towards you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So they are all currently in the air, flying towards you. The ones by you, Rowan, land on the ground. Actually, let me just double check something that they actually can. Okay. The ones by Leah, they land on, as they fly, they land on the table except for A, which is on the bale of hay. They're all going to attack. So we're gonna have a number of attacks on you, Leah. That's gonna be, what do we got? A, B, C, D, H, and G. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are going to attack you. And they all have multi-attack. Actually, before this happens, Leah, I need you to make an intelligence check for me, please.
What is the modifier for intelligence? Wisdom?
No, intelligence. So you're going to roll a d20 and add whatever your intelligence modifier is.
14 total.
14 total. These chickens look weird as they get very, very close up to you, and you start like squinting and looking at them. And there's something off about them. You're not sure what it is, but there's something very strange.
Bloodthirsty chicken.
They're not chickens, are they?
One of them, the first one, is gonna go for. They each make 2 attacks, a bite and a claw attack. So the first one is gonna reach out with its talons, like, and just go after you with the claw. That's gonna be 18 to hit.
That hits.
You take 5 slashing damage. And then it's gonna try and bite you with its beak. That's a 10. That doesn't hit, right?
Nope.
Okay. So that's the first one. 5 more attacks. 5 more individual. 5 more with 2 attacks each. All right. So I'm gonna try to do this as fast as possible. All right. Claw attack. 21 to hit.
Yep.
You take 7 slashing damage. It tries to bite you with its beak. That's a 19 to hit.
Yep.
That is 5 piercing damage. And when it bites down with its beak, you're expecting one sharp, like, pinch into your flesh. And you feel teeth. Multiple teeth. Instead of one sharp prick as it rips away some of your fur and flesh. Next attack. That's a 10. That doesn't hit. It misses you with its claws. It will try to bite you. That is a 23 to hit. It will hit you. Remember, you have uncanny dodge, so one of these attacks you can half the damage. Don't forget that, okay? So with that one bites you for 6 piercing damage. Third one, again, claws. That's a 15 to hit. Does a 15 hit you? Okay, miss.
No.
All right. We'll try to bite. That's a 12. That misses. Fifth one, claw attack. That's a 20, not natural.
Can I use uncanny dodge on this one?
That's going to be 4 damage. You half that with uncanny dodge to 2. And then it will try to bite you. That's a 17 to hit. The 17 hit. And it will bite you for 5 piercing damage. One more attack. One more chicken will attack you. That's 18 to hit. You take 3 slashing damage. And then the last bite, that's a 15, which I don't think hits you. And that one misses. So take all of they're just swarming and like, and they're clawing at you and biting at you. But the very significant thing is there's teeth in their mouth. There's not just their beak. Something is absolutely wrong with these chickens. And now, Rowan, you will be getting the 2 attacks from the 2 other chickens who are just going right after you. And you can see that, I will say this, Rowan, as you ran, they clocked you as you ran. Like, there was no like trying to make you out in the dark. They literally just clocked you and then went right after you when you ran.
They are night vision, blood-seeking, toothed chicken.
All right. So the first one is going to claw at you. I don't think a 7. Does a 7 hit your kitty cat? Okay.
Oh, shit. I gotta check the cat. No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't hit the cat.
Okay. And then it will try to bite you. Yeah, that's not gonna hit. That's an 8. All right. And then the other one will do the same. That's gonna be a 10 to hit. Does a 10 hit? Okay. And wow, this little cat is fast. Tries to bite you, misses. They those 2 chickens are going after you, and you're just like, just like dodging out of the way as their claws and beaks are coming at you.
That's right, bitches.
But you look over at Leah, who has all of these bites, all of these scratches, and is now bleeding. She's looking pretty rough. She's looking hurt. All right. So now with that, Sora, you just watched Jarina and Galen. Galen was like, "Oh, some I hear chickens." He jumped out the window. Jarina followed him. What are you doing? Squall, you're on deck.
I just kind of sigh and I don't know. I guess I followed Jarina.
Okay. Just like them, you'll be able to get out of the window with your movement, but you won't be able to turn the corner without using your dash action.
You know what? I'm gonna stay where I'm at unless they call me.
Okay, so you're out of the window in the back of this house. Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the window unless they call me. I'm gonna keep watch.
Okay. All right, Squall. It is now your turn. With your 9 perception roll, you see these 2 shady characters appear off of the side of the building that you know your friends just went in, but you don't know who these people are. Like they're kind of like hidden in the shadows. They just kind of like they look like they're sneaking around the side of the building, but it doesn't look like your friends. What do you do? You don't hear the clucking, by the way.
Right. Are they far enough away where I can't distinguish like features?
Yeah, they're about from you. Oh, they're probably about maybe 60 to 70 feet away from you right now. So it's hard to distinguish figures. They have their hoods up. Their cloaks, they're just kind of like moving around the side of the building. They're not trying to be quiet because they're active. They're moving pretty quickly, but they're at the side of the building. Definitely, they look pretty shady.
I'm gonna begin to walk towards them, but like not aggressively, just smoothly paced, like I'm taking a stroll, but with directly to them. Like
He's nonchalant.
Yeah.
Very nonchalant about it.
Okay. You're using your full movement?
Since they're 60 feet away,
Yeah.
Yes, I don't want to dash because I'm not here to. I really want to approach nonchalantly.
Okay. All right, no problem. Yeah. All right, so yeah, you start to approach them nonchalantly. They don't seem to take notice of you. They seem very focused on something else. So you feel like you'll probably be able to get the drop on them if you need to.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to do? I mean, you're not using your action or your bonus action. You have both.
I will use. No, I'm not gonna use bonus action.
Okay.
Keep going. Yeah.
All right. Alrighty. Top of the round, Leah. It is now your turn. You have just been attacked by this swarm of chickens. Very, very aggressively. There is something very wrong about them. They have fucking teeth. They've just went at you in a very, very, very bad way. What would you like to do? Galen, you're up after.
I am livid. Furious with the chicken attack because this is a bunch of chicken bullshit. And I got my big sword out. And I'm just going to hack at the nearest chicken. And I want to cut him up like a Ginsu chicken.
Okay. So I would say the one right in front of you, D, is David. We'll call that one David, I guess. Or Dave. You can go hack up on Dave if you want. So go for it.
My thing is spinning just a second.
Yeah.
$17 plus 8 is 25 to hit.
Oh, that definitely hits.
So I rolled a 2 plus 5 is 7.
7? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as you hack into this chicken, your sword, you're using your rapier, right? Yeah.
Yes.
It just goes right into it and just slices, and you expect like this puff of feathers to just happen, but you don't actually see any damage. And you hear it go, and you watch as just like oddly dripping from it, but there is no wound that you can see, is this like black ichor. And it just starts plopping onto the table. It's still up, but it's like you've definitely hit it, you definitely hurt it, but you don't see the damage. But you can see like it's bleeding something, and that smell, that burning smell, is now starting to get stronger. And you can hear a hissing from every place that this ichor is dropping onto. But it's still up. Does not seem happy.
Does the ichor...
Sorry. Look, Leah, do you have Lucy?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Lucy to attack too.
But what was your thing before I interrupted? I'm sorry.
Oh, does the ichor seem to be forming more chickens?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
But it's still up. So you do have movement, and you do have a bonus action. So what would you like to do?
So my actions in combat say 2-weapon fighting. Does that mean I can use a dagger attack?
All right, so here are your options. So currently what you can do, yeah, you absolutely, because you attacked with your main hand, you now can attack with your offhand as well. But you are currently surrounded by chickens. So you could attack, probably get kill one, maybe, and you still have other chickens to contend with. Or you could disengage as a bonus action and move away from the chickens, and they would not take attacks of opportunity on you. There's a couple of things you could do here.
Well, I can disengage at the end, right? Or
Well,
I can't.
As a bonus action, you can't attack again and then disengage. It's one or the other.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna disengage because I don't want to get bitten by chickens again. But
Okay.
Lucy wants to attack too because she's got a bone to pick with these chickens.
Well, she's currently a mouse in your pouch. So what do you want her to do?
To become bloodthirsty Lucy.
All right. To do that is also going to be a bonus action. So to control Lucy is a bonus action as well. So you got to figure out how you want to use your bonus action here.
I'm gonna disengage because they fucked me up pretty good.
Okay. Let's see. So, where would you like to move to?
What is that thing on the side that looks like a donut?
Oh, this? It looks like a small. There's like a kettle on it, and there's some coals underneath. It's kind of like a small like makeshift like oven or fire pit within the house.
Is it hot?
Doesn't look like it's on.
What about the square thing directly across from me to the right?
Oh, that just seems to be like a crate. It's like broken. It's broken. The wood beams are like falling in on the inside of it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna disengage and dash over to Roman.
Okay. So you disengage in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's about as far as you can get with your
That's
movement.
good. Yep.
And thankfully you disengage so they don't take attacks of opportunity on you. That is your whole turn. All right. Next up is Galen. Jarina, you're on deck. So Galen, you are at this point in time, you are about 30 to 40 feet away from the front door of the house. What would you like to do?
Do you need to get closer, Jarina? Okay. I guess I will move a little closer. Do I see Squall? Like see Squall's
Your attention right now is focused on the house. If you're trying to look at anything else, that's gonna be a perception check as your action.
You know what? I'll do a perception check when I get to, because you said it was 40 feet away, right?
Yeah, it's about 30 to 40 feet away.
Yeah, I'll use my movement to get there, and then as sort of like a part of my perception roll, like I'm going to see like what's going on, essentially.
Okay. So yeah, all right. So you use your movement. You get right up to the front door. You still have like 5 feet of movement left. And you use your action to roll a perception check for me.
22.
22. Yeah, you see Squall making his way towards where Jarina currently is right now, where you were like a few seconds ago.
I essentially wave to him.
Okay. Yeah, Squall,
like acknowledging he's there.
Yeah, Squall, you watch as one of those folks just like books it towards the front door. You get freaked out for a moment, and then he kind of turns and then waves at you. Still can't see who it is, but clearly that person sees you now. And just like waved right at you.
But with my 22 to perception, what do I notice anything with the house as well?
Oh, you can hear the chickens going nuts. But they're still, but the sound is definitely concentrated on the other side, which you still need another probably 30 or 40 feet to get to.
Okay. I guess I go to, I guess as sort of like my communication or whatever, I kind of have my attention to Jarina and say like around the house, essentially.
Okay.
Like go around the house.
Okay. Yeah, you start motioning to her. Jarina, let me need you to make a. Actually, no. You see Galen. You get the gist of what he's trying to tell you.
Got it.
Okay. You have a bonus action left if you want to use it, Galen.
Yeah.
Help us!
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Not your turn yet. You don't hear that.
Yeah.
Meow meow.
I'm gonna expect Jarina to eventually catch up to me, so I'm gonna go around.
Are you gonna use a key point?
No, I still don't have a lot. I don't have a lot. I don't want to use them all.
Okay.
quickly,
So you
just
wouldn't be able to get any further then because you use your action
Yeah.
and you use your movement. All right. So that's your turn. Okay. Sounds good. Jarena, you are up next, followed by Rowan.
Okay. I'm gonna move my full movement 30 feet towards where Galen was pointing around the house.
Okay. Yeah, you still need to you actually have to get past the front door to get to where he was pointing, and you're still like 10 feet away from the front door.
Then I'm going to use my action to dash another 30 feet.
Okay.
Because I can't do anything if I can't see.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, so you continue to move. Now you've actually passed Galen. And you can now start to hear all of these chickens going just going nuts, like just going nuts. But it's only getting louder the closer you're getting to this open window.
I
but
still
you
don't have line of sight, right?
No, you don't see anything yet.
Got it. And I just want to end my turn at that point.
Okay. Rowan, it is now your turn.
So Leah's right here next to me now.
Yes.
Let's see. As a cat, I have 2 hit points.
Okay.
And I saw how fucked up she got. I'm a little freaked.
Oh yeah, she's just bleeding from the arms and her legs.
Oh my god.
It's not great. It's not great.
So I'm gonna wild shape back into an elf.
Alrighty.
And is that a bonus action or an action?
I believe you can just do that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I want to throw some pocket sand at the closest chicken and cast sleep.
Sure. Okay. So you are aware how sleep works?
I forget. I throw something at it and it goes unconscious.
Oh, you guys need to at least
visual
have
SM. I got.
Yeah. All right. So here's how sleep works. Okay. You will roll 5d8, and the total is how many hit points of creatures the spell can affect. So creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose can be affected. So you can choose multiple, but
oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was just one. That's awesome.
No, but here's the thing. You are trying to guess what the hit points of these creatures are. So you need to tell me, you want to roll 5d8, right? Say for example, you get all 8s and it's 40. You have to start breaking down how many hit points for each of them. And if you are under the hit points that you give me, they fall asleep. So it's a guess. You're guessing at this point of how it works. So you can still do it, but that's how the sleep spell works. And it has to be creatures within 20 feet of a point you designate.
Oh, it says 90 feet.
No, that's the cast. You can cast it from 90 feet.
Okay.
But you pick a point. And then from that point, 20 feet around that point, creatures can be affected.
How big is the room that we're in?
It's about 80 feet.
Oh, fuck.
So, all right. So look, to give you an example, right? You can decide that the sleep spell point will be here, right? In this square. And then creatures 20 feet from that square can be affected. Do you understand now? You get? Am I explaining it right?
Will it affect the? So if I put it in that spot, is that going to affect? Is that 20 feet from all the chickens?
Creatures within 20 feet. So whatever, anything that classifies as a creature.
Oh, so I don't want to put Leah to sleep.
So you have to place it in a spot where you don't think she's going to be affected.
All right. Well, this seems like it's going to be complicated. So I'm just going to and instead, now that Leah's next to me, I'm going to cast, I guess, Entangle at the ones that are at the table.
Okay, sure. That is, I know that's a strength check, right?
Yeah, strength is 15.
Okay, so let's see. And that's, what's the radius on that again? I think it's 20-foot diameter, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right, yeah, that's a big, oh, it's a 20-foot square. Okay. All right, so this is going to happen like this. All right, so you cast Entangle on the group of chickens over here. I'm gonna roll strength checks for him. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 rolls. This is gonna be interesting.
Question.
Yes.
If Entangle is like on top of like a table,
Mm-hmm.
would it grow on the table and not affect the table, or will it just grow under the table?
It's the space on the ground going upwards.
Okay, so it doesn't affect any. Okay, that I was just curious.
It might go through the straw bale, right?
Most likely. You've seen your Entangle spell like go through things, like break through trees and rocks and things like that. So yeah, it's pretty good. You're pretty confident that that's probably what will happen. All right, so first chicken rolls a -1 failure. They don't look like they're very strong. That's a failure. 2 of them fail. 3 of them fail. Roll a 16 has a -2 failure. Failure. And the last one succeeds and somehow just evades one of the vines. But 5 of them are entangled.
The mighty chicken.
Let's see. So let's do this. So let's see, get some nice graphics here. So that one is entangled. 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 Except for that one. And the area is still considered difficult terrain. So we're going to do 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, so it's going to look like this. Let's get a
chickens. So I'm gonna just run the opposite way.
How many feet? Your full movement?
Yes.
All right, so 30 feet. So 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. Both chickens are going to make attacks of opportunity on you. They are going to try and bite you. So the first one, that's going to be a 22 to hit.
Yeah, it hit.
And you get bitten for 5 piercing damage. And yeah, you feel teeth. You don't feel a beak. You feel teeth bite into you. And as it pulls away, you can see these small, jagged holes in your arm. Not a beak. And then the second one is also going to try and bite you as well. I don't think that's going to hit. That's an 11.
Nope.
Yeah, so the other one misses you. So, but you run and make your way. Alrighty. So, with that, it is now the chicken's turn. Let's see. This one is gonna fly towards you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This one is going to is just going to stay where it is and try to attack Leah. Georgie here, who did not get entangled, is going to try and get to you. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Does make it to Leah. And the other chickens are stuck. For the moment, they get to attempt to break out at the end of their turn. So all right, so we're gonna call that one Fido. Fido is going to try to attack you, Rowan. Multi-attack. He's gonna try his claws first. I don't think that hits with a 12.
It just hit.
Just hits. Okay. That's going to be 5 slashing damage, and then it will try to bite your ankle. 15 to hit, so that will hit. And you will take 6 piercing damage as it bites into your ankle. And it's like... the chickens are starting to make strange noises that are not clucking now. Leah, Georgie and Edgar there are going to try to, they're going to multi-attack you. So first one is claws. That's not going to hit with a 6. Then he's going to try and bite you in the knee. He also misses. That's a 7. Oh, you lucky. They can't roll for nothing. The second one, gonna try to claw you. Misses with a 9. And then we'll try to bite. Now that its claw attack was ineffective, that is an 18 to hit.
I would like to use uncanny dodge, please.
Okay. That's going to be 5 piercing damage. With uncanny dodge, reduces it to 2. You take 2 piercing damage instead. And now the other chickens will try to break out of their entangle. This can only go funny. So, because their strength check is, they have a -2 to their strength check. That's a failure. They've got to beat 15. Not happening. That's another failure. That's a failure. Oh, that's definitely a failure. One more. Come on, break out. Fuck, they all fail. All right, so they are all failing. Oh, Rowan, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me to see if you're still concentrating on the entangle, to see if it doesn't drop since you took damage. So wisdom saving throw. What'd
For
you get?
some reason, I can't see the numbers.
Okay.
You're gonna have to look.
Okie doke. Wisdom saving. So 18. Yeah, you're still concentrating. No problem. You're still good. And so the entangle is still up. Alrighty. Leah is hanging on by a thread. Rowan, you now have the ire of a chicken on you.
You can't keep everyone happy.
Sora, it is now your turn. Squall, you're on deck. Sora, Galen and Jarina went around the corner. You're still in the back of the house. What do you want to do?
Do I see anything in the street like happening?
Make a perception check. That's going to be your action.
$17.
17. You kind of look around the street. You don't see anybody, but you're starting to hear this like weird, like echoey sound. Seems like a distant sound. It sounds like chickens. But there's like another sound behind it. It's odd. But it's in the distance.
All right, so
it's in the distance.
You said I'm about 45 feet from the
No,
entrance, right?
No, you have to. You went back to the back of this building. Now have to come around the side of the building to actually make it to the front of this house. So it's going to take you from where you're at, your full movement and a dash action to get you most of the way.
But because I use perception, I can only use 30 feet, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I'm going to come out of the house.
Well, you're already out of the house. You're already out.
Oh, okay. Attempt to keep to the shadows, like close to the wall, and move forward, but as stealthily as I can.
Yeah, you can attempt to do it. Like you can't actually roll stealth because you used your action. But yeah, you can absolutely start making your way, trying to stick to the side of the walls, making your way towards there. Squall, you now see another sketchy person starting to move towards the house also. Like a party going on. You make it to the front of the house that you were waiting in, and the Gozom's house is still about another 45 feet away from you. All right.
Okay.
I was asking Sora. All right.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Squall. I'm sorry. Now it's your turn.
Got it.
I thought you were still talking to Squall.
No. Sorry. My fault. But Squall, yeah, you are probably now another 45 feet away from actually getting to the door of your intended target's house.
How much time has passed?
About 30 seconds.
Okay. Not a lot of time.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, each one of your turns is 6 seconds long. In D&D.
I'm gonna keep walking. I'm gonna keep like pacing down the road.
Okay.
Until I can at least make out who exactly and what exactly is happening in front of the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're gonna use your full movement.
I'm gonna use my full movement.
All right.
And yeah, that's it.
All right. So as you use your full movement, and you're now closer to the house,
Right.
you can make out Jarina.
Okay.
And you see Jarina is like right around the front door. She's actually past Galen, who you now realize is the one that waved at you.
Right. Okay. Hi. Right. Okay.
But you're still maybe 15, 20 feet away from the actual house. You're like in the street walking towards the house.
Okay. I'm going to continue to walk, but past the house, as though to maybe just continue to patrol in a small distance.
All right, so you're not going to follow where they're going. You're just going to kind of go past them.
I'm not. Yeah, I just once I identify that it's them, I'm just going to completely ignore them and continue to walk past.
Okay.
As to patrol for anyone that might see the circus in front of this house.
Gotcha. All right. So you're going to use your dash. You're going to use your dash action, right? To do that, because you use your full movement and you still didn't make it to that.
Sure, I guess I will use my dash action for that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you using your dash action, you make your way slightly past the house. So you actually are now past the house. You don't have visual of Jarina and Galen anymore. And now you start to hear this weird clucking noise. But at first you think it's chickens, but there's just like, instead of like, you're hearing, it's just weird. And it's coming from the other side of the house.
Okay.
Like as you're going past them and past the side of this house, it seems to be coming from around that corner.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Top of the round. All right. So top of the round, Leah and Rowan. These chickens are starting to make very strange noises now. They are and Leah, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna yell to Rowan, these are definitely not chickens. I would like to take Lucy out as my bonus action, and I'd like to attack the chicken in front of me, Edgar.
Okay.
With my sword, because it's out.
Okay. So Lucy comes out. She's next to you.
Rolled a 19 plus 8 is 27 to hit.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits.
Do I get any kind of sneak attack bonus because they were after Rowan?
Unfortunately, no, you do not.
Okay. So 1d8 plus 5, I rolled a 7, so that's 12 damage. And then Lucy gets to rip them apart a little.
Okay. So that's Edgar. All right. So you hit this one for 12 damage. Your rapier goes straight through it. And as it does, you hear, bleh, bleh, and then you just watch as this chicken implodes, not explodes, implodes. And once again, you're expecting like feathers or something. You just watch this thing just fall to the ground where a chicken should be. You see this small, skinless, eyeless creature with a large mouth, no nose, razor sharp teeth in its mouth, and 2 legs with these massive claws with like sharp black talons at the ends of them. This thing is definitely not a chicken. You have no idea. It's not moving. And it seems like at this point in time, it's probably out of the fight. As far as you're concerned, it's no longer moving. And the end of it has this strange like point, like double point, like tipped to its. It looks like possibly a tail, but it is a horrendous, disgusting looking thing. And you just watch as it falls to the ground and the black ichor is now dripping out of it. This long, like blood red tongue just lolls out of its mouth and just and as it dies, you watch as the other chickens just and seem very, very, very riled up now. So Edgar is out of the way, and now they no longer look like chickens, as the illusion Alrighty. Okay. So you killed one. You have Lucy out as your bonus action. What would you like Lucy to do?
I want Lucy to kill the one that's next to me.
All right. So Lucy is going to attempt to do that. Make an attack for Lucy.
What do we add to Lucy's attack? I don't see it.
Whatever you do, you have her stats up?
I do. I just don't see it. It says armor class, hit points, speed, strength, dex.
Whatever her attack is, it would be in there. So she has a claw attack, right?
Yeah.
And so that would be
Claw attacks plus 4.
There you go.
Okay, so 16 plus 4 is 20.
That definitely hits.
One d4 plus 3. 1 plus 3 is 4.
So 4 damage?
Yeah, total.
Okay. All right. And so that's 4 damage. And while most creatures at this point would have to probably roll a constitution check against the poison in Lucy's claws for her claw attack, these creatures don't seem to be affected by the poison. But definitely takes the attack, definitely takes the hit.
Okay.
Alrighty. So that's happening. That's so that is your action and your bonus action. You have movement if you want to take it.
So I can move without them getting an attack of opportunity, correct?
They won't get it back until their turn. Oh, their turn actually already went. Yeah, it might take an attack of opportunity on you.
All right. I'll move back about 15 feet
Okay. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, it will take an attack of opportunity on you.
Okay.
It's going to try and bite you. That is a 22 to
Yes,
hit.
that hits.
And you take 3 piercing damage as it bites down on your leg as you're running away.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, all right. Next up, Galen. Jarina, you're on deck.
Will it take my full movement just to look through the window?
From where you're at with your speed, you're gonna get right up to the window. You won't be able to climb in, but you'll get right up to it.
But how much movement is that? All of it?
That's your whole movement.
Okay. So I do that. And do I see the chaos that's going on inside?
Oh yeah, you see. All right, so let me place you where you're at. So, second. Where you at? Where you at? Okay. All right. So this is where you're at currently. You're by this window. You look in and you see a bunch of vines wrapped around these really nasty looking creatures. No nose, no eyes, all mouth, these 2 legs with claws, long pointed skin like tail with these 2 flaps on the end of them. Just nasty looking, still the size of chickens. But just nasty looking creatures. It is just chaos in here as they're just like
What the fuck? Is Jarina within line of sight of me?
She's just around the corner. Like when it's her turn, she's gonna be able to get to the window. But she's not in line of sight of you yet.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on a second. No, actually, she would be in line of sight of you. She would be
Okay.
She would be like right about here.
Okay, yeah, so she's just seeing this shocked look on my face, and I'm gonna go be like, get ready to use that spell. These are not chickens. And then I go in.
Well, you would have to use. Are you gonna use your dash action?
I'm gonna use a key point so that I can attack these things, because these are not chickens.
Okay. Sure. All right. So you're gonna use Step of the Wind. That'll get you another 45 feet of movement.
Yep.
You are now in the entanglement.
Yep. I don't need to do the strength check because I'm walking in it, right?
Yeah, but it's still going to be
Half my movement.
yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I got a lot of movement because I'm
Okay.
a monk.
Yeah. You can see one of the creatures, the one that you're right in front of, a D. There is this large gash in its skin, and it is dripping this black ichor.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my quarterstaff and not touch that ichor.
Okay. Go for it.
Or not punch it. Yeah, whatever. My attack. Do I have advantage, or is it a straight roll because I'm also in the entanglement?
Hold on a second. Let me check. Oh no, I'm just double checking. No, you have advantage against it while it is restrained.
Okay, cool. Uh, 22.
That definitely hits.
I do 6 damage. First hit.
All right. Yeah, what you think is its skull definitely caves in from the impact of your quarterstaff, and it just and falls over, And you just watch as the vines continue to entangle its body, but this black ichor just keeps dripping from the wound that it currently has, but it's not moving anymore.
Yeah, not wanting to touch that crap. He's gonna go on to A.
Okay.
His name's Alex. We'll
Okay.
go on to Alex.
Well, we'll call that one Alex. Yeah, go for it. Well, no,
I
you
don't need
can.
to move.
Yeah, you can. You're in melee with it where you're at.
Yeah. Okay. First attack is a quarterstaff.
Well, this would be your second attack technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled 2 18s. That's 26.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Ooh, 13.
13. Much like you were swinging away at a golf tournament, you crack it in its jaw, and you just watch the jaw become unhinged, and then all of this black ichor just starts just gushing out of its mouth, and it is no longer moving.
Alrighty then. I guess I will move 10 feet to the side and attack B. What will that one be called? Billy?
Billy, yeah, we can call that one Billy. That's fine. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh no, I was just gonna move here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still in attack
Gotcha.
range.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Again, half movement, but still.
Yeah.
And then my last attack will have to be my fist.
Your flurry of blows. All right, go for it.
No. Just one hit.
Oh, just
my
okay.
arm.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's right,
I
because
meant
you
to
used your
say-
key point for the step of the wind. All right, gotcha.
Yeah. 17.
17 does hit.
10 damage.
10 on Billy. Yeah, your hand goes right through its what you realize is a very soft skin. And it goes right into this creature, and as you pull it out, your fist is covered with this black ichor. Your hand is tingling a little. And it just falls over, no longer moving.
I try to wipe it off. I'm just like,
Yeah, it's tingling a lot. All right, so that's your turn. That's a good turn. All right, Jarina, it is now your turn. Rowan, you are on deck.
Okay, I am going to move my full movement to the window.
Okay, boom. You're at the window. You see chaos. You see all of these little creatures, disgusting, weird creatures. You see, right now you can see Galen is just trying to wipe this nastiness off of his hand. 3 of them look like they're just dead and entangled in what you now know as Rowan's entangle spell. And they are just making this god-awful, like, brack noise.
Okay. I see chicken number letter C, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see C, yeah. Actually, you have a better line of sight of H than you do C.
Gotcha. I am all right. I am going to cast silence. Let me just 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna cast silence right here.
Okay.
It's got a 20-foot range, so that includes the window.
Okay. Is it a radius or is it a square?
I believe it is radius, but let me triple check. Yeah, it's a radius.
Okay.
It's got a sphere next to it.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty damn big. All right.
That's why I want to put it over here. That way it kind of reaches to a little bit outside the window too.
Okay. Sure. So you are now concentrating on the spell. And that means Galen, immediately you start, as you're fighting these things and they're going back, back, back. All of a sudden, nothing. You hear nothing.
Not even the air, like wind or anything?
Nothing. You hear nothing. And you start going to wipe your hand and you go, ew. It goes. And you start talking and nothing. It is actually the silent spell is currently affecting Galen, C, H, and G chickens. We're gonna make those red. And anything that goes into that radius, which will be, let me put up a radius for the spell. We're gonna make that red, yeah. No, that's wrong thing. We want a circle. There we go. That is the silent spell currently. That is currently what is affecting. Anything that walks into that radius, instantly the spell will take effect, and there will be, you cannot hear or speak in that radius.
And you know what? Never mind. I'm good.
You're good? Okay. All right. So Jarina, you cast a spell. You used your movement. You have a bonus action if you want to use it.
The only bonus action that I really have is either Healing Word or Spare the Dying, so I'm going to... Oh, wait, actually, never mind. I forgot all about this because I very rarely use it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just look at the range real quick. Up to 60 feet. Cool. All right. I am going to summon a spiritual weapon right over here next to Galen to put something in between Galen and the other chickens.
Okay.
Demonic chickens.
All right. You go to cast the spell and realize that there's a verbal component to the spell, and the spell fizzles and does not work. You do use the spell slot for it.
Because I'm within the silence thing. Damn.
Yes, you are.
Got it. Wasted a spell slot. Got it. I'll learn that next time.
Okay.
Learning experience.
Yep. Alrighty. So that's your turn. Rowan, it is now your turn. Yeah, you immediately, the only sound that you hear right now is the chicken in front of you going back, 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 back. All of the others, quiet. No sound whatsoever. What do you want to do?
I am going to take my druid staff and swing it like a Louisville slugger towards the closest flopping little demon thing that's near me.
Gotcha. All right, go for it. What you get? What you get? What you get?
It's not telling me.
Let me. All right. So I will
got
look.
A 14.
A 14 does hit. Now roll for damage.
You gotta tell me again.
Okay, that is 5 damage.
Shit, I used the Staff of Healing, not my quarterstaff. But it's the same stats anyway.
Okay. So that's 5 damage on Frankie boy there. Right. So 5. It does take the hit. There is some of that black ichor and a couple of teeth break off, and you can see some of that black ichor come, but it's still up, and it's just like back. All right. So, do you want to move? Do you want to use any of your bonus action?
I can't really if I move, he's going to take an attack of opportunity, so I'm just going to stay where I'm at.
Okay. Alrighty. It is now the chicken's turn. So let's see. All right. So yeah. Frankie is going to attack you, Rowan. He's going to try claw attack first. That's going to be a 21 to hit.
Yep.
You're going to take 7 slashing damage. And then it's going to bite you, or try to bite you, and fails with a 6. George is going to attack Lucy. It is going to take a claw attack on Lucy. That is a 14 to hit Lucy. Does that hit Lucy? Okay, so Lucy will take 8 slashing damage.
And Lucy's dead.
And Lucy disappears in a fragrant puff of flowery scent. The creature seems very confused, but will now move towards you as it does have one more attack. And will try to bite you in the foot. That's a 21 to hit.
Can I use Uncanny Dodge?
Yes. You take 4 piercing damage, half to 2. And then the other 2 will try to break the entanglement. This should be fun. That is failure, of course, because they're not very strong. Of course, it rolls exactly a 15, but it has -2 to its strength, so it fails. And so they are still entangled. Not very happy about it. All right, with that, Sora, it is now your turn. Sora?
Angel.
Sorry, nodded off.
Yeah.
Watching a window is a little boring when you stop and think about it. You know, nothing's happening. You're looking outside.
All right, Sora, it is now your turn. Squall, you are on deck.
How close? How close am I to the front of the house?
Not very. You're still at the other house, the one that you were at. You are like in the front of that house.
Right,
You're about 40.
Movement-wise, yeah.
You're about 40 to 45 feet away from the door. So if you used your full movement, you would still need to use a dash action to get to the house. But
All right, I'll do that.
All right, but you won't be at the window. You'll be at the front door, but not where everybody else is moving towards.
Can I go towards where everybody else went?
Yeah, you would need to get to the front door to get around the house. So you're moving in that direction, but you're not at the window yet.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so yeah, you're just past the door. You saw Jarina turn the corner, so you know exactly where she's going. You're on your way there. That's your action and your movement. All right, Squall. It is now your turn.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
So, she said I was. Okay, so I heard a weird sound last turn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's coming from the other side of the building. So I'm gonna continue to walk past and peer over to the direction of that sound.
Okay, yeah, with you being that you are coming from the other side,
Like I'm
you're
passing the house, right?
well, you're starting to pass the house, but you can
Right.
turn a corner if you want. Is that what you're doing?
No, I want to pass the house.
Oh, so you're not going towards the sound, you're just passing the house.
Sorry, maybe I'm missing that. When you said the sound is coming from the other side of the house, do you mean like the back of the house or the side of the
All right,
house?
so I'm gonna look at the map really quick. I'm gonna use the map to give you a better context of where you are.
Okay.
All right, so specifically, you are outside. You are like right about here.
Right, okay.
All right, you're just if you use your full movement, you will get to about here.
Okay.
All right, so the sound is coming from this side of the house.
Okay.
So does that make more sense now?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Okay.
so
Then
what
I'll
would you
do that. Then I'll go around the building and is this a one floor building, 2 floors?
It's one floor.
Okay.
So are you going to use your dash action? Dash action will get you to the corner over here.
No, but I am going to. Is there a window on the side?
Yes, there are actually 2 windows. There is a window over here and a window over here.
Can I manifest my echo into the building?
That is a good question. Read me the description of manifest echo. That will give us our answer.
When it, nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, you can use bonus action to magically manifest an echo of yourself in an unoccupied space you can see within 15 feet in front of you.
You have to be able to see. And right
through the window.
You cannot see through the window currently because it is cracked and dirty and
Okay.
yeah, it's a my cousin Vinny window. So you would have to probably either wipe the window clean or like open the window, something. But currently, as it stands, you cannot see through that window.
Okay, then I'm gonna. I'm going to use my dash action then get to the other side of the house.
Okay.
See what they're doing.
All right. So you use your dash action. You get to here. And as you do, you can actually see Jarina by the window. And it's oddly quiet around her.
All right. I am just observing. I'm not going to speak because it's supposed to be quiet. So I don't want to. Yeah. And
that sound that you were hearing before is lessened now. It sounds like probably like one thing is making a noise, but it's not like a chorus of them anymore.
Okay.
It's definitely gotten quieter.
Right. Okay.
Alrighty. So that's the end of your turn. And so that actually brings us back to the top of the round. But looking at the time, that is where we're going to call it for the evening. Because it is getting late. It was getting good, but definitely want to don't want us to go to bed.
I think we can end this encounter in one round.
I'll leave it up to the group.
Zero and I have work at 11, so I'm gonna have to say no because it is almost midnight.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair. Alrighty, so with that, we're gonna call it for the evening. That's a great game. It's a good game back. It was a little long, but I think it was worth it.
Yeah.
I hope everybody had a good time. That was some craziness going on.
Good chicken.
Demonic chickens.
Oh, so very quickly, I'm gonna see if I want to show you guys what these chickens actually look like. So you have a better idea. 1 second.
And now my hand is getting burned alive like I just punched a face hugger.
Oh, those things.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, so that is. Let's show everybody what that looks like.
Cool.
Yeah, that is currently what you are fighting.
I
they're
punched that.
adorable.
Yeah, they are the size of chickens. But that is currently what you are all fighting right now.
I punched that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did.
Ew.
Yes, you
Very
did.
fleshy.
Mm-hmm. In all of the best ways. So
It looks like they have udders on their necks. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Pretty nasty. So I want to thank everybody. It was a great game, everyone. Let's do some quick shout outs. Rock Mobsta. Thank you. I love that name. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Mama Shady, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Rock Mobsta. And Ty Dynamite, man, we fucking love you so much. Resubbing for 14 months. Fucking VIP there, man. Thank you so much, Ty. I appreciate you so much. And again, thank you to my players. It was a good game back. That was a good game back. Again, sorry it ran so late, but you guys finally left the orphanage and you got into it. So it was good. It was good. Thank you also to my patrons. Really appreciate all of everything my patrons have done. You should be receiving your one of your first gifts of the year fairly soon for the existing patrons. Every 3 months you're gonna get a new thing. Once that happens, it re-ups. So there's nothing you have to do. It just comes to you. So that you should be getting that fairly soon. Because I believe I started doing that in November. So if it's not
a gift,
yeah, patrons will be getting gifts every 3 months. It's like Christmas doesn't end. It's awesome.
yay.
But yes, if subbing here on Twitch is not something that you're interested in, but you want to somehow support us, again, you can support us by merch, getting some merch if you wish, or you can check us out on Patreon. Patreon does have comparable prices to the sub here on Twitch, but you do get a little more bang for your buck. As I said, every 3 months when you sub at a different tier, you get different exclusive merch items that you will not get in our normal merch store. So check it out if you're interested. But regardless, we are very, very excited, very happy, and thankful for everybody who's been watching us, who's here along for the Wild Mount ride. As it says in the title, is very, very wild. So thank you for joining us. Again, remember, please be kind to yourself. Please be kind to others. As we end, we always try to rate someone who is not only a supporter of what we do, but is somebody who is deserving of support. So please Don't leave right away. Just throw them a follow if you're not already following them. If you're so inclined, say hello. Just watch them. That's sometimes enough. That's enough support for most of us. So thank you again so much, and we love you very much. We'll see you next time. Take care.